This video will help you sleep and relax. But before we begin, I would like to know which city you're from and what time you're watching this. Now, subscribe to the channel, relax, and let's begin. I still don't have a rational explanation for what happened to me back in 2011. I've gone over it in my head thousands of times, tried to convince myself it was just my imagination or that I was half asleep, but I know what I heard and what I didn't see. My dad moved in with his girlfriend Diane around 2008, leaving me with the run of our old two-story house. I was 23 at the time, working at a local IT company, and honestly, having the place to myself was perfect. Dad still technically owned it, so I just paid the utilities and kept the place clean. It was a good arrangement. I got independence without the full financial burden, and Dad knew someone was looking after the house. Even though he didn't live there anymore, his presence lingered everywhere. His old coffee mug still hung on its hook in the kitchen. His favorite chair still had the indent from years of him sitting in it. Sometimes I'd catch a whiff of his aftershave in the hallway, like the house itself remembered him. Dad and Diane would drop by occasionally to pick up mail that still came to our address, or to use the washer and dryer since her condo didn't have in-unit laundry. They always texted before coming over though, so I never had any surprise visits. The day it happened was a Tuesday in April. I remember because I'd taken a half day off work to deal with a migraine that had started around lunch. It was about 2 in the afternoon when I got home. The house was quiet, as expected. I did my usual routine, dropped my keys in the bowl by the door, checked the mail, and walked through the house just to make sure everything was normal. No signs of anyone having been there. Dad's last text was from 3 days earlier, asking if I'd seen a tax document he was expecting. I settled at my desk in my bedroom with my headphones on, planning to distract myself from the lingering headache with some mindless YouTube videos. I'd been watching for maybe 20 minutes when I first heard it. Despite having noise-canceling headphones on, I heard the distinct metallic clunk of our washing machine door closing. It was unmistakable. That machine had a specific sound, slightly rusty on the hinge, followed by the hollow echo it made in the basement. I paused my video and lifted one side of my headphones, listening. There it was again, the sound of wet clothes being tossed into the dryer, followed by the click of the cycle knob turning. Then came the rumble of the dryer starting up, with that distinctive hitch it always had where it would stutter for a second before really getting going. My first thought was logical. Dad must have come by with Diane to do laundry. Maybe they'd texted and I hadn't checked my phone. I pulled out my phone. No messages. Still, it made sense. Dad still had his key, and maybe they'd tried to be quiet, knowing I wasn't feeling well. I went back to my videos, but now I was distracted. I could hear more sounds from the basement. The rustle of what sounded like folding laundry, the shift of a plastic basket on the tile floor. Then footsteps. Someone was walking across the basement floor, and then they started coming up the stairs. Our basement stairs were old wood, and each one had its own distinct creak. Whoever was coming up was stepping carefully, almost deliberately, as if trying not to make too much noise. Step, creak, step, creak. I knew those sounds intimately, had heard them thousands of times throughout my life. I took my headphones off completely and turned toward the stairwell, which was visible from my open bedroom door. I called out, "Dad, is that you?" No answer, but the footsteps continued. Step, creak. They were about halfway up now. "Diane?" I tried again. Still no answer, just the slow, methodical steps. Something felt wrong. My skin was prickling, and despite the warm April day, I suddenly felt cold. The footsteps continued one by one, getting closer to the top of the stairs. I stood up, heart pounding, and moved to my doorway. The footsteps reached the second-to-last step, the one that always groaned the loudest under any weight. It made that exact noise, as if someone of substantial weight was standing on it, and then they reached the last step, and no one appeared. I stood there, staring at the empty stairwell. The footsteps had stopped. There was no one there. The air felt different, cold and somehow empty, like being in a vacuum. I could hear my own heartbeat in my ears, feel my hands trembling at my sides. For several seconds I couldn't move, just stood frozen, staring at the empty space where a person should have been. "Hello?" I called out, my voice cracking slightly. No response. Finally, I forced myself to move. I walked slowly to the stairwell, half expecting someone to suddenly appear, but there was nothing, just the empty stairs leading down into the dimly lit basement. I grabbed my phone and immediately called my dad. "Hey, Cameron," he answered cheerfully. "What's up?" "Are you at the house?" I asked, trying to keep my voice steady. "No, we're in Mackinac Island for the week. Didn't I tell you? We left yesterday." My blood went cold. "You're 4 hours away?" "Yeah. Diane had some vacation days to use up. Everything okay?" I swallowed hard. "Yeah, just thought I heard something. When are you coming back?" "Sunday night. You sure everything's okay?" "Yeah, all good. Enjoy your trip." I hung up and stood there, phone clutched in my sweaty hand. If Dad and Diane were 4 hours away, who or what had I heard in the basement? I knew I had to go check. Logic was telling me there had to be an explanation. Maybe someone had broken in, though nothing seemed disturbed. Maybe the neighbors had somehow gotten in to use our laundry, which made zero sense, but I was grasping at straws. I grabbed a baseball bat from my closet and slowly made my way down the stairs. Each step creaked exactly as it had moments before, but now under my weight. The basement was cool and dimly lit by 2 small windows near the ceiling. I fumbled for the light switch at the bottom of the stairs, and the fluorescent lights flickered on with a hum. The basement looked completely normal. No one was there. I checked behind the old sofa we kept down there, in the storage room, even in the small half-bathroom. Nothing, no one. I approached the washer and dryer, which sat against the far wall. The washer was empty, its door hanging open, as it always did when not in use. I put my hand on the dryer. It was completely cold, not even slightly warm. It clearly hadn't been used in days. I opened the dryer door, half expecting to find freshly dried clothes inside. Nothing. Just the empty drum with a few old dryer sheets stuck to the sides. There were no laundry baskets out, no detergent on top of the machines, no signs whatsoever that anyone had been doing laundry. Yet I had heard the entire process, the distinctive sounds of our machines that I knew, as well as my own voice. I stood there in the silent basement, bat still clutched in my hand, trying to process what had just happened. I had clearly heard someone doing laundry and walking up the stairs. The sounds weren't vague or ambiguous. They were specific to our house, to our machines. The dryer's distinctive hitch when starting up, the specific creaks of each stair. These weren't generic sounds my mind could have invented, but there was no one here. No signs anyone had been here, and my dad and Diane were 4 hours away. I practically ran back up the stairs, shutting the basement door firmly behind me. For the rest of the day, I kept all the lights on and the TV blasting just to fill the house with noise. I checked all the doors and windows twice to make sure they were locked. Nothing else happened that day, but I barely slept that night. The next morning, I convinced myself I had imagined it all. Stress, my migraine. Maybe I had dozed off without realizing. But deep down, I knew better. Over the next few days, I moved everything I needed from the basement upstairs, my winter clothes, some books, old photo albums. I didn't go down there again without turning on every light and bringing my phone and the baseball bat. I never told my dad what happened. What would I say? "Hey, Dad, I think a ghost was doing laundry in our basement." He'd think I was losing it. But from that day on, I never went into the basement alone if I could help it, and never without having music or a podcast playing on my phone. Something about the silence down there felt like it was listening back. We sold the house about 2 years later when Dad decided to make his move to Diane's permanent. I helped clean it out and never mentioned anything to the new owners, a young couple with a toddler. Sometimes I wonder if they've heard it too. The phantom laundry cycle, the careful footsteps on the stairs that lead to nothing. It's been over 10 years now, and I still don't have an explanation. I've run through every possible scenario. A break-in, nothing was taken. A neighbor, how would they get in? A vivid dream, I was definitely awake. Or even carbon monoxide poisoning, but why just that one incident? All I know is what I heard that day, and more disturbingly, what I didn't see when those footsteps reached the top of the stairs. Story 2. I'm still not sure if I should be sharing this. It's been 3 weeks and I can't sleep. I've tried everything. Sleeping pills, meditation apps, even drinking myself stupid. Nothing works. Every time I close my eyes, I'm back in those woods. It was supposed to be a normal camping trip. Me, Jesse, Mark, and Kayla decided to go to Blackwater Ridge for the weekend. Just some hiking, drinking beer around a campfire, and getting away from our phones for a bit. We're all in our mid-20s with demanding jobs, so getting away felt necessary. Jesse suggested Blackwater Ridge because it was supposed to be beautiful this time of year. What he didn't mention until we were already there was the history of the place. I wish he had kept his mouth shut. We arrived on Friday afternoon. The drive up was gorgeous. All those fall colors starting to show. We hiked about 2 miles in from where we parked, wanting to be deep enough in the woods to feel isolated, but not so far that the hike would be brutal with all our gear. We found this perfect little clearing near a stream, surrounded by these massive old pine trees. The spot was perfect. Flat ground for the tents, a natural fire pit someone had made with stones, and the sound of running water nearby. We set up our tents, me and Mark in one, Jesse and Kayla in the other, and spent the afternoon exploring the area. There was this weird tension between Mark and Kayla that I couldn't figure out. They kept exchanging these looks. I figured they'd hooked up or something and didn't want to tell us. As it got dark, we started a fire and cracked open beers. That's when Jesse decided it was the perfect time to tell us about the Blackwater Butcher. I still remember how the firelight made his face look all dramatic as he started talking. "You guys know why I really wanted to come to Blackwater Ridge?" he asked, taking a swig of his beer. Mark laughed. "Because you're a nature freak." "No, man." Jesse's voice got all serious. "This place has history, dark history." Kayla rolled her eyes. "Please don't tell me you brought us to some haunted forest." "Not haunted," Jesse said. "But about 15 years ago there was a string of murders here. They called the killer the Blackwater Butcher. I remember feeling this immediate chill that had nothing to do with the night air. Seriously, you brought us to a murder site for fun?" Jesse held up his hands. "It's not like that. It happened all over these woods, not just here, and they never caught the guy. The case went cold." "That's supposed to make us feel better?" Kayla pulled her jacket tighter around herself. "Just let me tell the story," Jesse said. "It's part of the camping experience. Ghost stories around the fire and all that." Except it wasn't a ghost story. I wish it had been. Jesse told us how it started with a hiker found dead about 5 miles from where we were sitting. A man in his 40s, big guy, found sitting against a tree like he was just taking a break. No signs of struggle, no other injuries, just 3 fingers missing from his left hand, pointer, ring, and pinky, cut off cleanly like with a surgical tool. "The cops thought it was some weird ritual thing," Jesse continued, poking at the fire with a stick. "But then another body showed up a month later. Different person entirely, a woman in her 30s, same thing. Those same 3 fingers gone from the left hand." Mark was getting visibly uncomfortable. "How do you know all this?" "My uncle was on the investigation," Jesse said. "He used to tell me about it when I was a teenager. Thought it would keep me out of the woods, I guess." "Well, it clearly didn't work," I said, trying to laugh it off, but no one joined me. Jesse kept going. He explained how the pattern continued for almost 2 years. 8 victims total, completely different types of people. Men, women, even a 12-year-old kid who'd wandered away from a family camping trip. All with those same 3 fingers missing. All found just sitting or lying somewhere like they'd been carefully placed. "The weird thing was," Jesse said, his voice dropping lower, "the victims got progressively smaller. The first guy was like 6'3", 200 pounds. The last victim was this skinny teenager, maybe 5'6". So what? The killer was getting weaker, Kayla asked. Jesse shook his head. The investigators finally got a break when they found a partial fingerprint on the last victim's jacket. It matched a guy who'd been arrested for shoplifting a couple years before. He paused for dramatic effect, and I wanted to punch him. The guy had a work accident at a lumber mill, lost his ring and pinky fingers completely, and his pointer finger was partially damaged. I felt my stomach drop. Mark whispered, "Holy shit." "Yeah," Jesse said. "They figured out he was looking for replacement parts, testing different people to find the right size match for his hand." "That's insane," I said, feeling genuinely sick. "People don't do that." "This guy did. The last victim only had the ring and pinky fingers removed. They think he finally found a match for the pointer finger." Kayla stood up suddenly. "I'm going to bed. This is too much." "Wait," Jesse said. "The creepiest part is they never caught the guy. They identified him, tracked him to a cabin about 10 miles from here, but he disappeared into these woods. Some people think he's still out here, still collecting." "That's enough," Mark said firmly. "Seriously, Jesse, we get it. You scared us. Mission accomplished." Jesse laughed, but it sounded forced. "Sorry, just a local legend. I thought you guys would want to know." "Well, now we know," I said. "Can we talk about literally anything else?" We tried to change the subject, but the mood was ruined. We ended up turning in early, all of us pretending we weren't freaked out. I couldn't sleep. Every noise outside our tent had me on edge. The wind through the trees sounded like whispers. I kept seeing shadows moving past our tent when there shouldn't have been any. Around 2 in the morning, I heard something that wasn't the wind or animals. It was a twig snapping very close to our tent, then another. "Mark," I whispered, nudging him. "You hear that?" He grunted and rolled over. The guy could sleep through anything. I heard it again, deliberate footsteps circling our tent. I sat up, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. "Mark," I hissed, shaking him harder. He finally woke up. What's wrong?" "Someone's outside." We both went silent, listening. The footsteps had stopped. Then we heard Jesse's voice from their tent. "Hey, who's out there?" Silence. Then Jesse unzipped his tent. I heard him step outside. "Jesse, get back in your tent," I called out, trying to keep my voice steady. "There's someone out here," he said. I saw a flashlight. I reluctantly unzipped our tent and peeked out. Jesse was standing there in his boxers and t-shirt, squinting into the darkness. Kayla was behind him, looking terrified. "Maybe it's other campers," Mark suggested, joining me at the tent opening. "At 2 in the morning?" Jesse shook his head. "No way." That's when we heard it, a low, rasping chuckle coming from the trees to our right. It didn't sound right, not fully human. "Who's there?" Jesse called out, his voice cracking. The laugh came again, closer this time. "We need to go," Kayla whispered. "Now." "Go where?" Mark asked. "It's the middle of the night. We're miles from the car, and we don't know who's out there." "Better than standing here waiting to get murdered," she shot back. As they argued, I saw movement in the trees, a figure, hunched and irregular, moving between the trunks about 30 yards away. I couldn't make out details, just a dark shape that seemed to flow rather than walk. "Guys," I said, but my voice came out as a whisper. I cleared my throat and tried again. "Guys, there's someone there." They all turned to look. The figure stopped moving, as if aware it had been spotted. "Hello?" Jesse called out. "We see you. What do you want?" No response, just stillness. "Let's all get in one tent," Mark suggested. "Safety in numbers." We backed toward Jesse and Kayla's tent, not taking our eyes off the spot where I'd seen the figure. As we moved, I realized I couldn't see it anymore. "Where did it go?" I whispered. No one answered. We were all scanning the darkness, straining to see. We crowded into Jesse and Kayla's tent, zipping it up as if the thin nylon would protect us. We sat in a circle, flashlights on, listening to every sound outside. It was probably just an animal, Mark said, not sounding convinced. Animals don't laugh, Kayla replied. Maybe it was the wind, he tried again. Jesse shook his head. It wasn't the wind, someone's out there. We sat in silence for what felt like hours. Every rustle of leaves, every crack of a branch had us flinching. I kept thinking about those fingers, pointer, ring, and pinky. I found myself flexing my left hand as if to make sure my fingers were still attached. Around 4 in the morning, we heard a scream. Not close. It sounded like it was coming from deeper in the woods, but definitely human, a man's voice, crying out in pain or fear or both. We need to help, Jesse said immediately. Are you insane? Kayla grabbed his arm. We're not going out there. Someone could be hurt, he insisted. Or it could be a trap, I said. What if it's him, the finger guy? That was 15 years ago, Jesse said. He's probably dead or long gone. Then who's out there? Mark demanded. Before anyone could answer, we heard the scream again, more desperate this time. Then it cut off abruptly. We looked at each other, frozen with indecision. Part of me wanted to help, but a much bigger part wanted to stay put until daylight. I'm calling 911, Kayla said, reaching for her phone. No signal. We all checked our phones. Nothing. We have to wait until morning, Mark said firmly. Then we pack up and get out of here. No one argued. None of us slept. We sat there, jumping at every sound, watching the tent walls for shadows. I've never wanted sunrise so badly in my life. When the first light finally came, we practically fell over each other getting out of the tent. The forest looked innocent in the morning light, peaceful, even beautiful, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone was watching us from between the trees. We packed up in record time, not bothering with breakfast. As I was rolling up my sleeping bag, I noticed something on the ground outside our tent. A single finger, the pointer finger from a left hand, placed carefully on a leaf. I didn't say anything. I didn't scream or call the others over. I just stared at it, this pale thing that shouldn't be there, and felt my mind trying to reject what I was seeing. Then Mark saw it too. He made this choke sound and the others turned to look. We need to go, Jesse said, his voice barely audible. Now! We left everything we couldn't pack in 2 minutes, just grabbed our backpacks and ran. The whole way back to the car, I felt eyes on my back, watching us flee. We made it to the car and drove straight to the police station in the nearest town. They took our statements, sent officers to the campsite. They found our abandoned gear, but no finger, no evidence that anyone else had been there. They told us it was probably a sick prank by other campers, that the original killer was confirmed dead years ago, that we were safe. But I know what I saw, and sometimes when I'm trying to fall asleep, I feel something brush against my left hand, like someone examining my fingers, measuring them, deciding if they're the right fit. Story 3. I've been debating whether to post this for ages. It's something that happened when I was a kid, but it still makes my skin crawl when I think about it. I'm 32 now. But sometimes I still wake up in the middle of the night thinking I've heard those familiar footsteps above me. We moved into that house when I was 7. It was a semi-detached in a quiet neighborhood in Sheffield. Nothing special to look at from the outside, just red brick with white trim around the windows like most houses on our street. My parents were trying to upgrade us to a better area with better schools, and I guess they thought this place was perfect. My brother Tom was 5 at the time, and we shared a bedroom on the first floor. What made our room different was that it had a staircase in the corner that led up to a loft conversion. The previous owners had done it up as a master suite with a small bathroom. When we first moved in, my dad used the loft as his office. He was working from home a lot back then, trying to get his graphic design business off the ground. I remember those first few months clearly. The sound of him pacing around up there while he was on phone calls, the specific creak of the third step as he'd come down for lunch, the way the floorboards would groan under his weight as he walked from one end of the loft to the other. Those sounds became part of the background noise of our lives. Things weren't great between my parents. They argued a lot, usually when they thought Tom and I were asleep. About a year after we moved in, my dad moved his stuff out of their bedroom and up to the loft. That's when the fighting got worse. 6 months later, they separated and my dad moved out completely. That's when the weird stuff started. The first time it happened, I was doing homework on my bed. Tom was downstairs watching TV with Mum. I heard the familiar sound of footsteps moving across the loft floor, the same pattern I'd grown used to hearing when my dad was up there. At first, I didn't think much of it. I assumed Mum had gone up to use the bathroom or get something, but then I realized I could still hear the TV downstairs and Mum's laugh at whatever show they were watching. I sat there, pencil frozen mid-math problem, listening. The footsteps continued, pacing back and forth, the exact same pattern as my dad's. Slow, deliberate steps from one end to the other, with a slight pause at each end before turning around. I remember the goosebumps rising on my arms as I realized no one should be up there. I called out, "Mum?" My voice sounded small and scared. The footsteps stopped immediately. I got up and went downstairs, trying to act casual when I asked Mum if she'd been upstairs. She looked at me like I was being weird and said no. She'd been watching TV with Tom the whole time. I didn't tell her what I'd heard. Even at 8 years old, I knew how it would sound. After that, I started noticing it more and more. Always the same pattern of footsteps, always when I was alone in the bedroom. Sometimes they'd start slow and gradually speed up, like someone getting increasingly agitated. Other times they'd be barely audible, just the lightest footfalls across the ceiling. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the pipes, or the house settling, or the neighbors in the adjoining house, though the loft was on the opposite side from their place. None of these explanations felt right, but they were better than the alternative. Then one day I came home from school and went up to our room to change. Tom had football practice, so he wasn't home yet. Mum was downstairs starting dinner. As I was pulling my school jumper over my head, I heard the footsteps start up again. But this time, something else happened. The door at the top of the stairs, the one that led into the loft, slowly creaked open. I stood there, half-dressed and completely frozen, staring at the staircase in the corner of our room. The door was definitely closed when I came in. I always checked it. It had become a habit by then, but now it was open about 6 inches, and I couldn't see anything beyond it from my angle. The footsteps had stopped. The house was completely silent except for the distant sound of Mum moving around in the kitchen downstairs. Then, without warning, the door slammed shut with such force that the whole wall seemed to shake. The sound was like a gunshot in the quiet room. I bolted downstairs in tears, making up some story about seeing a spider to explain my state to Mum. "It's probably just a draft," she said when I eventually told her about the door. "The loft gets quite drafty when the weather's changing." But there were no windows open. There never were. After that, the door began opening and slamming shut regularly, sometimes multiple times in a row, like someone was having a tantrum up there. I became terrified of being alone in our bedroom. I'd take my homework downstairs or read in the living room, anything to avoid being up there by myself. Mum started using the loft occasionally, mostly to use the ensuite when the main bathroom was occupied, or to store seasonal stuff. Each time she went up there, I'd hold my breath, waiting for her to notice something, to feel whatever I felt, but she never did. Or if she did, she never mentioned it. The worst day, the day I still have nightmares about, happened when I was 9. It was a Saturday in October, overcast and drizzly. Mum had taken Tom to a birthday party, and I'd stayed home because I had a cold. I was bundled up on the sofa downstairs with a blanket and a mug of hot chocolate, watching cartoons and feeling sorry for myself. The house was quiet except for the TV. I remember feeling drowsy, almost dozing off during a commercial break. That's when I heard it, the footsteps starting up in the loft, the familiar pattern of pacing back and forth. I turned up the volume on the TV, trying to drown it out, but the footsteps got louder too, as if in response. The pacing became more agitated, faster and heavier than I'd ever heard it before. Then suddenly they stopped. For a moment, there was silence, and I breathed a sigh of relief. But then I heard something that made my blood run cold, the creak of the 3rd step on the loft stairs, then the 4th, then the 5th. Whatever was up there was coming down. I sat frozen on the sofa, remote clutched in my sweaty hand, as the footsteps descended the stairs into my bedroom. This had never happened before. Whatever it was had always stayed in the loft. The steps reached the bottom of the loft stairs and then continued across my bedroom floor. I could picture it perfectly, moving past my bed, past Tom's, toward our bedroom door. Then came the sound I'd been dreading, footsteps on the main staircase, coming down toward the living room where I sat alone, step by step, getting closer. I was absolutely terrified. Whatever had been confined to the loft now knew I was alone in the house. It was coming for me. I couldn't move, couldn't scream. My throat had closed up with fear. The footsteps reached the bottom of the main stairs, just around the corner from where I sat. Then they stopped. The silence was somehow worse than the footsteps. At least with the footsteps I knew where it was. Now it could be anywhere, watching me. I don't know what made me do what I did next. Some desperate childhood logic, I guess. I started singing, loudly and badly, my voice shaking with fear. Twinkle, twinkle, little star, how I wonder what you are. I sang it over and over, getting louder each time, as if the song could somehow protect me, as if whatever was in the house with me wouldn't touch a child who was singing a nursery rhyme. I was still singing, tears streaming down my face, when the front door opened and Mum and Tom came in, back early because the birthday boy had gotten sick. Mum looked at me like I'd lost my mind, sitting there bawling my eyes out while belting out Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. I couldn't tell her what had happened, couldn't explain that something that lived in our loft had come downstairs looking for me. I just let her think I was being weird because of my cold, that maybe I had a fever. After that day, things changed. The footsteps continued, and the door still slammed sometimes. But whatever it was, never came downstairs again. It was as if it knew it had crossed a line, had revealed itself too much. We lived in that house for 4 more years before Mum got a job in another city and we moved away. In all that time, I never told anyone about what I'd experienced. Not until I was in university, sharing ghost stories with friends after too many beers, did I finally tell Tom. His face went white as I described the footsteps, the pattern they made, the door that opened and slammed on its own. "You heard it too," he whispered. Turns out, he'd been experiencing the exact same things in that bedroom. The same footsteps, the same door slamming. He'd been just as terrified as I was, but like me, he'd kept it to himself, afraid no one would believe him. We've researched the house since then, tried to find out if anyone died there, or if there's any history that might explain what we experienced. We've found nothing concrete. The house was built in the 70s, not particularly old by UK standards. No recorded deaths, no infamous history. All I know is that something was in that loft with us, something that paced like my father, but wasn't him, something that knew when we were alone and vulnerable, something that, for whatever reason, decided to come looking for me that rainy Saturday. And sometimes, even now, in my own home, hundreds of miles away from that house in Sheffield, I wake up in the middle of the night thinking I've heard footsteps in the ceiling above me. Story. I've been debating whether to post this for weeks now. I'm not even sure if anyone will believe me, but I need to get this off my chest before I lose my mind completely. I'm a geology professor at Pacific Northwest University, and what I found while conducting field research last month has completely shattered my understanding of reality. It all started with a routine seismic survey at Fort Worden State Park near Port Townsend. My department had received a grant to map the underground structures of the old military bunkers. Something about assessing structural integrity for historical preservation, just standard academic work. Nothing that should have led to this. I've always been a rational person. I believe in science, in empirical evidence. I don't go in for conspiracy theories or supernatural nonsense. But after what I found, after what I heard, I don't know what to believe anymore. January 12th. That was the day everything changed. I remember it was unusually cold for the Olympic Peninsula. One of those crisp, clear winter days where the air feels like it might shatter if you breathe too hard. I had been mapping the deeper artillery bunkers for 3 days already, placing seismic sensors and collecting data. Most of these spaces haven't been properly explored in decades. They're dark, damp, and honestly pretty creepy even in broad daylight. I was working alone that day because my graduate assistant had come down with the flu. In retrospect, that was probably fortunate. I wouldn't wish what happened next on anyone. I was in one of the deeper bunkers, Battery Kinsey, I think, when my equipment detected an anomalous hollow space behind what appeared to be a solid concrete wall. It didn't match any of the historical blueprints we had. Naturally, I was intrigued. These old military installations are full of forgotten rooms and passages. I figured it was just another ammunition storage area that had been sealed off and forgotten. Using my hammer, I tapped along the wall until I found a section that sounded different, more hollow. There was a hairline crack running along one edge. I worked my fingers into it and pulled, expecting resistance. Instead, a chunk of concrete crumbled away easily, revealing a narrow gap. The concrete wasn't as thick as it appeared, almost like it had been designed to look impenetrable while actually being relatively easy to break through. The smell that came out was awful, that distinctive mix of saltwater, mold, and something else I couldn't identify, something chemical, almost metallic. I shined my flashlight through the gap and saw what looked like another room beyond. Using my geology hammer, I widened the hole enough to squeeze through. I still remember hesitating before entering. Something felt wrong. The air coming from that space was unnaturally cold and had a strange electrical quality to it, like the feeling right before a lightning strike. But my scientific curiosity got the better of me. The space beyond was much larger than I expected. A room about 20 feet square with a low ceiling. It was mostly empty except for some old shelving units along one wall and what looked like military filing cabinets that had been pushed over, their contents spilled across the floor. Water damage had destroyed most of the papers, turning them into a pulpy mess. What caught my eye immediately was a bright yellow equipment case in the corner. It stood out against the grey concrete and looked far newer than anything else in the room. It was partially submerged in a puddle, but being waterproof, its contents appeared undamaged. I approached it cautiously, half expecting it to be locked. It wasn't. Inside, I found a digital voice recorder, an older model from the early 2000s, several SD memory cards in waterproof cases, and 2 notebooks sealed in Ziploc bags. There was also a press ID card for Emily Goodwin, Port Townsend Gazette. The date on the ID was 2002 to 2003. The name rang a bell immediately. I remember reading about her disappearance when I first moved to the area in 2015. It was one of those local mysteries people still talked about. A journalist who vanished while investigating something at Fort Worden found her car, but never found her. My hands were shaking as I took out the voice recorder. The battery was dead, but luckily it used standard AA batteries which I had in my equipment bag. When I powered it up, I was shocked to find it still worked. The date stamp on the last recording was January 17th, 2003, the day Emily disappeared. I didn't listen to it right then. Something told me I shouldn't. Not there. Not alone in that forgotten room that shouldn't have existed. I packed everything into my backpack and got the hell out, sealing the opening with some rocks to mark it for later investigation. That night in my hotel room, I spread everything out on the bed and began going through it systematically. The notebooks contained Emily's investigation notes, written in a neat journalist's shorthand. They documented her investigation into what she called biological anomalies, washing up on the beaches near Point Wilson Lighthouse. She described strange, unidentifiable organic material, neither plant nor animal, but somehow both, that local authorities had been quick to dismiss as ordinary marine debris. But Emily hadn't stopped there. Her notes connected these findings to other local phenomena: unexplained lights over the water, electronic equipment malfunctioning throughout town during certain times of the month, and the disappearance of 3 hikers from the state park trails. All of these incidents, according to her notes, happened during unusually low tides. One entry stood out: Spoke with retired USCG Officer Matthews today. Claims similar incidents occur cyclically every 7 years. Says Coast Guard ran classified operation in 1987 after 2 lighthouse maintenance workers disappeared. They investigated and subsequently sealed a sea cave on the northern point. Matthews seems genuinely frightened. Says whatever they found in there wasn't natural. I felt a chill reading that. 7 years. If Emily disappeared in 2003, then similar incidents would have occurred in 2010, 2017, and 2024, this year. The memory cards contained photographs, mostly of the marine specimens Emily had collected, but also of maps marking tide patterns and locations of unexplained phenomena. One photo showed what appeared to be the entrance to a cave partially visible only during extremely low tide. Then I played the recordings. There were several. Interviews with locals, ambient sounds from the beach, Emily's own verbal notes. The final recording, dated January 17, 2003, started with Emily's voice, breathless with excitement or fear, I couldn't tell which. It's 4:37 a.m. The tide is at its lowest point for the year. I've found the cave Matthews mentioned. It looks like someone tried to seal it with concrete at some point, but coastal erosion has exposed it again. I'm going in. If anything happens to me, this record will explain why. What followed was the sound of splashing water, heavy breathing, and the echo of footsteps on stone. For several minutes, there was just the sound of Emily moving deeper into the cave, occasionally muttering observations about the tunnel narrowing, then widening again. Then her voice changed. She whispered, "Oh my God," and I could hear the genuine shock in her tone. The cave opens into some kind of chamber. It's massive. How is this possible? This shouldn't be here. The geology doesn't make sense. More footsteps then. There's something in the center, a structure. It looks like a cube, but the angles are wrong somehow. It's black, but not like any material I've seen before. It seems to absorb light, and there are people around it. My blood ran cold at that. They're working on something. I recognize some of them. That's Jeffrey Parsons. He disappeared 3 months ago hiking around here. And that woman, that's Sarah Winters from the missing persons report last year. But they look changed. Their skin is different, paler, almost translucent in places, and they're moving so mechanically, so purposefully. They're expanding this chamber, digging into the rock toward the ocean floor. They're making a door, a way in for whatever's on the other side. The recording captured the sound of rocks shifting, then Emily swearing under her breath. "They've seen me. I need to get out of here. The tide is turning anyway." The next minute was just frantic movement, breathing, the splash of water. Then Emily's voice again, panicked now. "The entrance is blocked. Someone's piled rocks across it. I can't move them fast enough. The water's coming in." There was the sound of struggle, of rocks being moved, water rising, then silence for what felt like forever, though the recording continued running. When Emily spoke again, her voice was different, flat, emotionless, nothing like the passionate, frightened journalist from moments before. "The door is opening now," she said. "The tide is right. They're coming through." The recording continued for another 30 seconds, but there were no more words, just a strange, rhythmic, pulsing sound that made my skin crawl, and then what sounded like distant, inhuman voices speaking in no language I've ever heard. Then it cut off. I sat there in my hotel room feeling physically sick. I must have played that final recording 20 times, trying to convince myself there was some rational explanation. Maybe it was an elaborate hoax. Maybe Emily had mental health issues and manufactured the whole thing. But deep down, I knew it was real, and I knew what I had to do. The next morning, I contacted the local authorities. I told them I'd found Emily Goodwin's belongings while conducting my survey. I handed everything over: the recorder, the memory cards, the notebooks. They thanked me politely, but seemed strangely unsurprised, almost dismissive. One officer, older than the rest, gave me a look that still haunts me, pity mixed with fear. "Professor Chen," he said quietly when the others had left, My advice? Finish your work and leave Port Townsend as quickly as you can. Some things are better left alone. I should have listened. Instead, I checked the tide charts. There was going to be an unusually low tide that night, the lowest of the year so far. I had to see for myself. I went to Point Wilson Lighthouse just before dawn. The tide was out further than I'd ever seen, exposing stretches of beach normally underwater. The morning was foggy, the lighthouse beam cutting through it in rhythmic sweeps. As I walked along the shoreline, my flashlight picked out something on the wet sand, a clump of material that looked like seaweed but moved wrong, pulsing slightly even though there was no current to move it. I bent down to examine it, and that's when I noticed the lights. Not from the lighthouse, these were under the water, maybe 100 yards offshore. Pale blue-green points of light that seemed to be moving in a circular pattern. As I watched, my phone died suddenly, though it had been fully charged. My flashlight flickered and went out too. In the darkness, I became aware of sounds coming from further down the beach, a methodical scraping, like tools on stone. I could make out shadowy figures moving near the water's edge, where a section of cliff face jutted out into the sea. I should have run then. God, why didn't I run? Instead, I moved closer, staying low. As my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I could see that the figures, 4 or 5 of them, were working at the base of the cliff, clearing away rocks from what appeared to be an opening. Their movements were unnaturally coordinated, mechanical, and their skin. In the faint light from the distant lighthouse, I could see it had a strange, reflective quality, almost like wet glass. One of them turned suddenly, as if sensing my presence. I couldn't make out the face clearly, but I swear it had no eyes, just smooth skin where eyes should be. Yet somehow, I knew it was looking right at me. That's when I ran. I scrambled back up the beach, tripping and falling in my panic. Behind me, I heard something moving in pursuit. Not running, but moving with a horrible efficiency that suggested it would catch me regardless of how fast I fled. I made it to my car somehow. My hands were shaking so badly I could barely get the key in the ignition. As I pulled away, my headlights swept across the road and briefly illuminated a figure standing at the edge of the parking lot. It was a woman in clothes that looked decades old, soaked with seawater. Her skin had that same translucent quality I'd seen on the beach, and though her face was in shadow, I knew with absolute certainty it was Emily Goodwin. I floored it back to my hotel, packed my things, and checked out before dawn. I drove straight back to Seattle without stopping. I called the university from the road and told them I was ill and wouldn't be able to complete the survey. I haven't been back to Port Townsend since, but it doesn't matter. Whatever's happening there isn't confined to that town. 3 days ago, I started finding patches of that same unidentifiable organic material washed up on the beach near my home in Seattle. Last night, all the power on my block went out for exactly 7 minutes, and when I looked out my window toward the sound, I saw lights under the water, moving in that same circular pattern. The tide charts show that tomorrow night will be the lowest tide of the year. I don't know what to do. I don't know who to tell. Nobody would believe me anyway. All I know is that something is coming through that door Emily found, and I'm afraid it's already too late to close it. Story 5. I still get goosebumps thinking about that night in Pinecrest, even though it's been 15 years now. I was 22, fresh out of college with a shiny new psychology degree that was basically useless without a master's or PhD. Student loan payments were already breathing down my neck, and my parents had made it clear that moving back home wasn't an option. "You wanted independence, Jessica. Now you've got it," my dad had said. Independence meant a tiny one-bedroom apartment in the worst part of Pinecrest. I knew the neighborhood was sketchy when I signed the lease, but the rent was the only thing I could afford on my waitressing salary. $350 a month for a place with chipped paint, water stains on the ceiling, and neighbors I actively avoided making eye contact with. My first week there, I'd made the mistake of checking the local crime reports online. 5 break-ins within a 2-block radius in the past month alone. 2 sexual assaults, 1 murder about half a mile away. I started sleeping with my kitchen knife under my pillow after that, which wasn't exactly comforting when every noise outside made me jolt awake. The apartment complex itself was a U-shaped building with a small courtyard in the middle that was more dirt than grass. My unit was on the ground floor, at the very end of one side of the U. Being on the ground floor scared me, but it was $10 cheaper per month than the upper floors. It was a Tuesday in October when it happened. I remember because I'd worked a double shift on Monday and had Tuesday off, which meant laundry day. The complex had no laundry facilities, so I had to lug everything 6 blocks to the laundromat, then 6 blocks back. It was getting dark by the time I returned, arms burning from carrying the heavy bag of clean clothes. As I approached my door, fumbling for my keys, I noticed something white in the shadows near my unit. My heart skipped a beat as the shape moved and I nearly dropped my laundry. It was a dog, a white German shepherd, just sitting there beside my door like it was waiting for me. I froze. I'm not typically afraid of dogs, but finding one waiting at my door in this neighborhood was unnerving. It wasn't growling or barking, just watching me with intelligent eyes. The dog looked healthy and well fed, its white coat clean and thick, but there was no collar. "Hey there," I said cautiously, slowly setting down my laundry bag. The dog's ears perked up and its tail wagged slightly. I glanced around, wondering if its owner was nearby, but the courtyard was empty. Everyone else was either at work or smart enough to stay inside after dark in this neighborhood. The dog stood and approached me slowly. My hand was shaking a little as I extended it, palm down, letting the dog sniff me. After a few cautious sniffs, its tail started wagging harder and it licked my hand. "You seem friendly enough," I said, relief washing over me. "Are you lost?" I checked again for a collar or any identification, but there was nothing. The dog just kept looking at me expectantly, like it was waiting for me to do something. My apartment door still loomed, and the weight of the day was settling into my bones. I needed to get inside, but I felt bad leaving the dog out there. What if it actually was lost? It was getting cold at night now, and something about those eyes made me hesitate. "You want to come in for a bit? Just until I figure out what to do with you." As if understanding me perfectly, the dog waited patiently as I unlocked my door. I carried my laundry in, and the dog followed, its nails clicking gently on the cheap linoleum flooring. Once inside, it didn't run around or sniff everything like I expected. It just sat in the middle of my small living room, watching me. I put my laundry down and went to the kitchen, opening my nearly empty fridge. Being broke meant my food options were limited. I had some hot dogs, a half-empty bottle of ketchup, and some questionable milk. Not exactly gourmet, but it was all I had to offer. "Hungry?" I asked, pulling out the package of hot dogs. "It's not much, but it's something." I put a couple hot dogs on a paper plate and set it on the floor. The dog approached slowly, sniffed the food, but didn't seem particularly interested. It took one hot dog gently in its mouth, barely even chewing it before swallowing, then just sat there, ignoring the second one. "Not a fan of processed meat?" "Can't blame you," I said, feeling strangely comfortable talking to this animal. "Should I call animal control, or maybe there are some lost dog posters around?" The dog stood up suddenly, walking to my front door. It looked back at me, then at the door again, clearly communicating it wanted out. "You're leaving already?" I felt oddly disappointed. Something about having another living being in my apartment had made it feel less lonely. I opened the door, and the dog walked out calmly. It paused on my small concrete step, turning to look at me one more time, then trotted off toward the bushes that lined the perimeter of the courtyard. "Bye, I guess," I called after it, feeling a little foolish. I went back inside, locked the door, and tried to forget about the strange encounter. I folded my laundry, ate a hot dog for dinner, not the one the dog had touched, and settled in to watch whatever I could find on my tiny TV with its temperamental antenna. Around 11 that night, I decided to go to bed. My bedroom was at the back of the apartment, with a window that faced the row of thick bushes and the chain-link fence that separated our complex from an empty lot behind it. I changed into my pajamas, brushed my teeth, and was just about to turn off the light when I heard something, a rustling sound, coming from the bushes outside my window. I froze, listening intently. My bedroom was dark, except for the small lamp on my nightstand, and I suddenly realized I hadn't closed my blinds completely. There was a gap of about 2 inches where anyone outside could look in. The rustling grew louder, more deliberate. This wasn't the wind or a small animal. This was someone or something moving through those bushes. My throat tightened as fear gripped me. The knife I usually kept under my pillow was still in the kitchen where I'd used it to cut an apple earlier. Stupid mistake. I considered making a run for it, grabbing the knife or just getting out of the apartment altogether, but I was paralyzed. What if whoever was out there saw me moving? What if they were already at my window? Then I heard it, a low growl, followed by fierce barking, the white dog. The rustling in the bushes became frantic. I heard a man's voice curse, then a yelp of pain that didn't come from the dog. The barking intensified, turning into snarling and snapping sounds that made the hair on my arms stand up. "Get the fuck off me," a male voice shouted, followed by more growling and what sounded like fabric tearing. I backed away from the window, my back pressed against my bedroom wall, heart hammering so hard I could feel it in my throat. The sounds outside turned into a full-blown fight, snarling, shouting, crashing through bushes. I heard another cry of pain, then running footsteps fading away. The dog continued barking for another minute, then everything went quiet, too quiet. I stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours but was probably only 20 minutes. When I finally gathered the courage to move, I didn't go to the window. Instead, I crept to my living room and called the police with shaking hands. "There's someone outside my apartment," I whispered into the phone. I think someone tried to break in." They told me to stay on the line and lock myself in the bathroom until officers arrived. I did as I was told, clutching my phone and listening for any sound that might indicate someone was inside my apartment. 15 minutes later, there was a knock at my door and a voice announcing, "Police." 2 officers stood outside, a tall man with a serious expression and a younger woman who looked like she hadn't been on the job long. They asked me what happened and I told them everything, except the part about letting the dog into my apartment earlier. Something told me to keep that detail to myself. "Show us where you heard the noises," the male officer said. I led them around the side of the building to my bedroom window. What we found made my blood run cold. The window screen had been cut open with a knife. The metal frame bent where someone had started to pull it away from the window. There was blood on the sill and more blood in the bushes, along with torn pieces of what looked like a dark sweatshirt, but that wasn't all. Mixed in with the blood and fabric were tufts of white fur, dog fur, and there was a trail of blood and more white fur leading from the bushes across the dirt to my front porch. "Looks like someone's dog might have interrupted a break-in," the female officer said, shining a flashlight along the blood trail. "You say you heard barking?" I nodded, unable to speak as the reality of what had happened sank in. "You're lucky," the male officer said. "Guy had a knife. Probably wasn't planning to just steal your TV." They took my statement and told me they'd have a patrol car drive by regularly for the next few nights. They also suggested I stay with a friend or family member if possible. I thanked them, knowing I had nowhere else to go but not wanting to admit it. After they left, I stood on my front porch, staring at the blood and white fur. The dog had been here. It had slept outside my apartment and attacked someone who was trying to break into my bedroom window, someone with a knife. I searched the courtyard and surrounding areas for the white German shepherd, calling out softly, but it never appeared. I checked again the next morning and the day after that. I put out food on my porch for a week. Nothing. I asked all my neighbors if anyone owned a white German shepherd or had seen one around. No one had. It's been 15 years, and I've moved far away from Pinecrest. I have a good job now, a nice house in a safe neighborhood. But I've never forgotten that white German shepherd that appeared out of nowhere the day someone tried to break into my apartment, potentially saving my life. I don't know where it came from or where it went, I don't know why it chose to sit by my door that day or why it came back that night. Sometimes I wonder if it was even a real dog at all, or if it was something else, something sent to protect me when I needed it most. All I know is that I've been kind to every dog I've met since then. I donate regularly to animal shelters, and sometimes when I'm walking alone at night and feel uneasy, I swear I can hear the soft clicking of paws on pavement behind me, keeping me safe. Story 6. I never should have taken that damn archiving job. The money was good, especially for a grad student drowning in student loans, but some things just aren't worth it. I'm writing this down because I haven't slept properly in almost 2 weeks. The doctors say I'm experiencing severe auditory hallucinations caused by stress, but they're wrong. What I'm hearing is real. I know it because 3 other people who worked on the same project are experiencing the exact same thing. It started last month when I got hired as part of a small team cataloging materials recovered during the demolition of Hathorne House, this ancient psychiatric facility in Massachusetts. It was built in the 1800s and finally torn down in November 2011 after sitting abandoned for decades. The State Historical Society wanted everything properly documented before items were distributed to various archives and museums. My background in audio restoration made me perfect for handling a collection of reel-to-reel tapes they'd found in a sealed room in the sub-basement. I was excited at first. Finding preserved recordings from decades ago is like uncovering time capsules. The room had apparently been deliberately walled off sometime in the late 60s, which only made it more intriguing. The first few days were boring, honestly. Most of the tapes were standard patient interviews, people describing their symptoms, doctors making observations, nothing you wouldn't expect from a psychiatric facility in the 60s. The equipment was in surprisingly good condition given how long it had been sealed away. The room must have been exceptionally dry. Then I found a box labeled Project Echo, Restricted Access, with dozens of tapes and a collection of journals belonging to someone named Dr. Gerald Whitcomb. My supervisor was busy with other aspects of the project, so I started going through them on my own. I should have waited. I should have followed proper protocols. But I was curious, and nobody was checking my work that closely. The journals documented experiments Whitcomb had been conducting in secret. He believed traumatic memories created measurable energy patterns that could be recorded and transferred between people. He called it resonant memory phenomena. It sounded like pseudoscientific garbage, but I kept reading. Whitcomb had selected 23 patients for his study, focusing on one woman in particular, patient 17, or Margaret. According to his notes, she was 29 and had this uncanny ability to empathize with others. He wrote that she sometimes made statements suggesting knowledge of experiences she couldn't possibly have had. I found recordings of early sessions where Whitcomb asked Margaret about her childhood, her family, normal intake questions. Her voice was soft, almost musical. She spoke slowly, thoughtfully, like someone who carefully considered every word. There was something instantly likable about her. By 1964, Whitcomb had built what he called a resonance chamber, essentially a modified recording studio where he would guide patients through recollections of traumatic experiences while his equipment supposedly captured not just the sound, but what he called psychic emanations. The breakthrough came in October 1965. I found the tape labeled Subject 17, Breakthrough Event, and listened to it on headphones. It began with Whitcomb explaining he was playing Margaret recordings from a Vietnam veteran describing combat experiences. What happened next still makes my skin crawl. Margaret began speaking in a different voice, deeper, with a slight southern accent. She described in vivid detail a firefight in a village, the smell of burning thatch, the weight of an M16 rifle, watching friends die. Whitcomb kept asking how she knew these details, and Margaret would only say, "I can see it, I can feel it happening to me right now." The level of specific detail was impossible. The names of other soldiers, the exact location, military terminology. According to Whitcomb's notes, Margaret had never served in the military, had never been to Vietnam, and had never even met the veteran whose experiences she was describing. After that session, Whitcomb's experiments intensified. His journal entries became increasingly manic, filled with diagrams and calculations. He began surgically implanting what he called receivers, basically arrays of copper wire at the base of patients' skulls to amplify reception. The thought of him performing these procedures in a hidden basement room made me sick to my stomach. Then I found the entry from February 1968 documenting Margaret's death. The official record said heart failure, but Whitcomb's private notes told a different story. She'd been experiencing increasingly severe symptoms after exposure to multiple memory recordings, seizures, nosebleeds, and periods where she would speak continuously for hours in different voices, reciting memories that weren't hers. What came next was the most disturbing part. Whitcomb, convinced of Margaret's unique abilities, removed portions of her brain tissue after her death and integrated them into his recording equipment. He created what he called a biological transceiver. The man was clearly insane, but the detailed diagrams and photographs showed he'd actually done this. I almost quit right then. Should have, but academic curiosity is a powerful thing, and I'd come too far to stop. I found the final series of recordings labeled Primary Manifestation and loaded the first one onto the restored reel-to-reel player. What I heard changed everything. It started with Margaret's voice, unmistakably the same woman from the earlier tapes, but she was speaking continuously without Whitcomb asking questions. She described memories attributed to 11 different patients, specific details about childhood abuse, accidents, traumas, things she couldn't possibly have known. As the recording continued, her voice began to change. It developed overlapping vocal patterns, like multiple people speaking in perfect unison. The tonal quality shifted too, becoming deeper, resonant in a way human voices simply aren't. I checked the equipment thinking it might be a technical issue, but everything was functioning normally. The final tape contained 72 minutes of this increasingly inhuman voice, reciting memories, experiences, and eventually describing things that couldn't be human memories at all. Vast, empty spaces, ancient rituals, civilizations no history book has ever mentioned. The last 5 minutes were just the voice repeating, "I remember everything. I am everything remembered." Whitcomb's final journal entry was particularly chilling. It's no longer just receiving. The apparatus is generating patterns now, creating new memories that never existed, or perhaps accessing something older than human experience. We've opened something that doesn't close. I learned from other documents that Whitcomb was dismissed from the hospital shortly after and committed suicide within a month. But the most disturbing part was what happened afterward. 47 patients and 5 staff members developed identical psychiatric symptoms. They all reported hearing multiple voices reciting memories they couldn't possibly possess. I made digital copies of everything, planning to share them with my supervisor the next day. That night, I started getting migraines like nothing I'd ever experienced before. Then the voices started, at first just whispers at the edge of my perception, but growing stronger each day. 2 other technicians who helped with the restoration reported the same symptoms. One of them, Jake, called me in tears last night saying he could hear Margaret's voice describing memories from his childhood that he'd never told anyone about. I went back to the demolition site yesterday, drawn there without really understanding why. The foundation of Hathorne House is still visible, a concrete scar in the earth. Standing near where the sub-basement would have been, I heard it clearly. Not just in my head, but in the air around me. That same voice, that same impossible resonance. I'm not the only one who hears it. Construction crews refuse to work at the site. The company has already gone through 3 different contractors who all quit after workers reported weird sounds and splitting headaches. The doctors gave me antipsychotics, but they don't help. Nothing helps. The voice is getting louder, clearer. Last night it started describing memories I recognize as my own. Private moments, fears, things I've never told anyone. How is that possible? I've secured all the tapes and journals in a storage unit under a friend's name. I don't trust the Historical Society to handle them properly. Maybe they should be destroyed, but I can't bring myself to do it. They're evidence that what's happening to me is real. The voice is telling me things now, things about other people, about the future, about places I've never been. And sometimes, late at night, it tells me about Margaret, about what she became, about what's living in the empty space where Hathorne House stood. I think Whitcomb was right. Some kind of channel was opened, and it doesn't close. Whatever came through using Margaret's receptivity is still broadcasting, still collecting memories, still growing stronger. I can feel it sorting through my thoughts, even as I write this. I'm going back to the foundation tomorrow. I don't want to, but I don't seem to have a choice anymore. The voice says, there's something there I need to see. Something in the concrete where the resonance chamber used to be. Something waiting. If anyone reading this has been near the old Hathorne House site and started hearing voices, get away. Get as far away as possible. Block your ears. Take whatever medication they give you. Do anything to drown it out, because I'm starting to think the voice is right when it whispers, there is no forgetting. There is only remembering, and I remember everything. Story 7. I've been debating whether to share this for 15 years now. I'm not looking for answers anymore. I've accepted I'll never understand what happened during those 3 days in February 2008, but maybe writing it down will help me process it, or maybe someone out there experienced something similar. My husband Michael and I had been planning our 10th anniversary trip for months. We're both workaholics. Me as a neuropsychiatrist at Johns Hopkins, him in biomedical engineering. We needed somewhere remote to actually disconnect from work. Silver Pine Lodge in Montana seemed perfect. A historic mountain retreat, rustic cabins, no cell service, complete isolation. We arrived on February 11th. The forecast mentioned a winter storm, but nothing serious. The lodge manager, Thomas Kerrigan, checked us in. He was this tall, lanky guy with a perpetual 5 o'clock shadow and that easy manner of someone who spent their life in customer service. He upgraded us to cabin 17 because it was furthest from the main lodge and had the best mountain views, said it was his anniversary gift to us. I remember thinking how strange it was that only 29 people were staying at the lodge, mostly couples, a few families. Thomas said most guests had cancelled due to the storm forecast, but we got lucky they didn't close entirely. Michael had brought his new video camera to document the trip. I hated being filmed, but it was his new toy, so I tolerated it. Thank God he brought it. It's the only reason I know I'm not crazy. The first day was everything we'd hoped for. We hiked the lower trails in the morning, had lunch at the main lodge, then spent the afternoon relaxing in our cabin. Michael filmed everything. The snow-covered pines, me reading by the fireplace, the sunset over the mountains. Everything was so normal. The blizzard hit that night. 1 minute it was just light snow, the next it was a full whiteout. The wind was so strong it made the whole cabin creak. At around 11 that night, the power went out. Thomas called each cabin on the emergency landline to check in, saying the generator would kick in for the main lodge, but the cabins would be without electricity until morning. We had a fireplace and plenty of blankets, so we weren't worried. That was our first night. Nothing unusual happened. I wish we'd left the next morning. February 12th started with brilliant sunshine, reflecting off fresh snow. It was breathtaking. The storm had dropped nearly 2 feet overnight. Michael filmed me making coffee on the gas stove, then captured the view from our porch. The access road was completely buried. Thomas radioed to say the county plows wouldn't reach us until the next day at the earliest. No one seemed concerned. We spent the morning exploring the property. The main lodge had power, and they served a late breakfast. I remember noticing how the other guests seemed off somehow, just slightly, like they were all mildly sedated. I mentioned it to Michael, but he didn't see it, said everyone was probably just tired from a restless night during the storm. We returned to our cabin around 3 in the afternoon as the sky darkened with another incoming storm front. Michael set up the camera on the dresser to capture the view through our main window, the snow falling against the backdrop of pine trees. We played cards, drank wine, talked about work, despite promising not to. The power was still out in our cabin, but we had lanterns and candles. The scratching started around 6 that evening. At first, it was so faint I thought I was imagining it. Just a light scraping sound against the exterior walls. Michael heard it too, but dismissed it as branches in the wind. But there was something deliberate about it, rhythmic, moving around the perimeter of the cabin. "It's just the wind," Michael kept saying, but I could tell he was unsettled too. He picked up the camera and started filming the walls where the sounds were coming from. By 8 o'clock, the scratching had become louder, more insistent. We tried the landline, but it was dead. I wanted to trudge through the snow to the main lodge, but the storm had picked up again, and visibility was near zero. Michael decided to check outside. He put on his coat, grabbed a flashlight, and opened the front door while I filmed. That's when we saw them. The figures. At first I thought they were other guests, maybe playing some sick joke, but they were just standing there, perfectly still in the howling wind and driving snow. Dark silhouettes against the white backdrop. I counted 7 of them, forming a loose semicircle around our cabin, each about 30 feet away. "Hello?" Michael called out. "Is everything okay out there?" No response, not even a movement. The flashlight beam caught one figure directly ahead, and I remember how wrong it looked. Human-shaped, but somehow off. Too tall, too thin, the proportions just slightly wrong, and completely motionless despite wind that was strong enough to nearly knock Michael back through the doorway. He slammed the door shut and locked it. "What the fuck was that?" he kept saying, his voice higher than normal. "Did you see them? Did you see how they were just standing there?" I was too terrified to speak. We huddled in the center of the cabin, away from the windows, camera still recording. The scratching had stopped when Michael opened the door, but now it started again. Only this time, it wasn't random. It was coordinated. Tap, 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 pause, tap, 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 pause. The same pattern over and over, coming from every wall simultaneously. I recognized it immediately. It was Morse code. 3 short taps, the letter S over and over again. Michael didn't know Morse code, but I'd learned it as a kid from my grandfather. I grabbed his arm so hard I left bruises. "They're communicating," I whispered. "That's the letter S, over and over." "Who's communicating? What are you talking about?" Michael's voice cracked with fear. The tapping pattern changed. Tap, dash, tap, tap, pause, tap, dash, tap, tap, pause. "P," I whispered. "Now they're sending P." The pattern changed again. Tap, tap, dash, tap, L double quote. It continued until they had spelled out SPLICE, then silence. Complete silence. Even the wind seemed to stop. "What does that mean?" Michael asked, but I had no answer. We stayed frozen in place for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. Then the tapping started again, different this time. Not Morse code, but a single, rhythmic beat coming from all directions at once, like a heartbeat. At 3:21 in the morning, I know the exact time because it's visible on the camera footage. The rear window shattered. The sound was deafening in the silence. Cold air and snow rushed in, and with it, something else. The camera caught only glimpses. A limb reaching through, elongated and wrong, the skin almost translucent, bluish veins visible beneath. Michael screamed at me to run to the bathroom and lock the door. I grabbed the camera instinctively and did exactly that. I could hear him shouting, things breaking, a struggle, then silence, then his voice. Except it wasn't his voice anymore. Not really. It had the same timbre, the same accent, but there was something underneath it, a harmonic quality that human vocal cords simply can't produce, like 2 voices speaking in perfect unison, 1 octave apart. "Rebecca," he called through the bathroom door. "You can come out now. Everything's fine." I remained silent, camera clutched to my chest, recording everything. "Rebecca, they just want to talk. They're researchers, like us. They need your help." My husband would never describe me as a researcher. He knew I was a clinician first. This wasn't Michael. They need a neuropsychiatrist, not Michael continued. They need to understand how human perception works, how to optimize the transition. It's painless, Rebecca, better than painless. It's transcendent. For nearly an hour he talked, his voice becoming increasingly strange, developing undertones and overtones that made my skin crawl. I sat in the bathtub as far from the door as possible, recording his monologue. The oceans are their home, Rebecca, the deepest parts. But they've been watching us, studying us. They're so much more advanced. They can help us evolve. You of all people should appreciate this. A neurological symbiosis that expands consciousness beyond our limited human experience. I didn't respond, couldn't respond. We've been looking at human potential all wrong, not Michael continued. It's not about pushing our existing biology to its limits. It's about transcending it entirely. They've been doing this on other worlds for millennia. Earth is just ripe now. The right technological development, the right neural complexity. Please, Rebecca, open the door. When the bathroom window shattered at 4:17, I didn't think, I just ran. I climbed through the window, cutting my hands and arms on the glass, and ran through waist-deep snow toward the main lodge. I could hear something moving through the snow behind me, but I didn't look back. The main lodge was lit up, the generator still working. I burst through the doors, screaming for help, but the lobby was empty. I ran to the front desk, grabbed the landline phone. Dead. That's when I noticed how quiet it was. No sounds of other guests, no footsteps, nothing. I raised the camera and started recording again, doing a slow pan of the empty lobby. If anyone finds this, I said, my voice barely more than a whisper. What's happening here isn't a natural phenomenon or mass hysteria, it's an invasion. They're using our forms, our voices, but they're not compatible with our biology. There's something in the way they move, their skin. It's like they're wearing us. I heard footsteps then, coming from the hallway leading to the kitchen. Slow, deliberate steps with an odd cadence, like someone learning to walk. The door swung open and Thomas Kerrigan, the lodge manager, entered, except he didn't walk normally. He glided, his movements too smooth, his feet barely seeming to touch the ground, and his skin, in the harsh fluorescent light, I could see what I hadn't noticed before, a subtle translucence, bluish veins too large, too geometrically perfect. Dr. Lansing, he said, his voice having that same harmonic quality Michael's had developed. We've been looking for you. Behind him, the doorway filled with figures. Some were guests I recognized, some were strangers. All moved with that same unnatural grace. All watched me with expressions that were carefully composed yet somehow wrong, like they were working the facial muscles manually. That's where the footage ends. The next thing I remember is waking up in a hospital bed in Missoula 3 days later. They told me emergency services had rescued everyone from the lodge after the blizzard. All 29 people were found alive. Michael was by my bedside, holding my hand, completely normal. He didn't remember anything unusual happening. None of them did. The doctor said I'd experienced hypothermia and hallucinations after getting lost in the storm, but I know what I saw. I know what I recorded. The camera was gone when I woke up. All our belongings had been collected from the lodge and returned to us, but the camera was mysteriously missing. When I became insistent about it, Michael got angry, something he rarely did. He said there was no camera, that we'd decided not to bring it after all. Within 6 months, we'd sold our house in Baltimore and relocated to the Oregon coast. Michael said it was for quality of life, but I never agreed to it. Yet somehow, I found myself helping establish a new research center focused on marine biology and neurological adaptation. 18 others from the lodge made similar moves to coastal locations. I've tracked them all. None will discuss what happened. When I try to bring it up with Michael, he changes the subject or simply walks away. The lodge was permanently closed that spring and purchased by a private research foundation with ties to oceanographic studies. The official reason was structural damage from the storms. Some nights I still hear that tapping code. SPLICE, and sometimes, just sometimes when Michael is sleeping deeply, I see a faint luminescence beneath his skin, a network of geometrically perfect lines just beneath the surface. I don't know what happened at Silver Pine Lodge. I don't know if I'm still me, but I know something found us there, something that had been searching for a very long time, and I think it's still watching me. Story 8. I've been debating whether to post this for months now. I'm not a writer, just a regular guy who loves hiking, and what happened last fall still keeps me up at night. I've told a few friends, but they either think I'm making it up or that I was just tired and seeing things. I know what I saw though. I know it was real. I live in a small town called Pine Ridge in the Pacific Northwest. It's the kind of place where everyone knows everyone, surrounded by some of the most beautiful forests you'll ever see. I've always been what you'd call a night owl, and over the years I've gotten into night hiking. There's something about the forest at night that just feels different, peaceful. At least it used to. I work late shifts at the local brewery, so my schedule's always been weird. I'm usually wide awake around midnight when most people are fast asleep. Night hiking became my thing about 3 years ago. The solitude, the sounds of the forest at night, the way the moonlight filters through the trees. It's like having this entire world to yourself. By last fall, I knew every trail within 10 miles of town like the back of my hand, even the old logging paths that aren't on any maps, the ones only locals know about. I'd been hiking these woods since I was a kid, following my dad around while he taught me about tracking and wilderness survival. It was early October, a Tuesday night I think when it happened. I remember because we'd just tapped a new seasonal pumpkin ale at work, and I'd stayed late helping clean the brewing equipment. I got home around 1 in the morning, but I wasn't tired at all. The forecast had called for clear skies, and there was a nearly full moon that night. Perfect conditions for a night hike. I grabbed my usual gear, headlamp, though I rarely use it on moonlit nights, water bottle, small first aid kit, knife, and a light jacket. Nothing special. I didn't plan to go far, maybe just my usual 4-mile loop on the old Cedar Creek Trail. It's not an official trail anymore. The Forest Service stopped maintaining it years ago when they built the new visitor center and rerouted everything. But locals still use it, and I liked it because you never run into tourists there. I parked at my usual spot, this little pull-off about half a mile from the official trailhead. It was about 2 in the morning when I started hiking. The air was crisp but not cold yet, that perfect fall temperature where you're comfortable moving but not sweating. The moon was so bright I could see the trail perfectly without my headlamp. The forest was doing its usual nighttime thing, owls calling, the occasional rustle in the underbrush. Nothing out of the ordinary. About an hour in, I was maybe 4 miles from my car when I noticed something off to my right. There's this natural clearing about 50 yards off the trail that I'd passed dozens of times before. It's just a spot where the trees thin out, probably from some old logging activity, but this time I saw what looked like flickering light coming from it. My first thought was campers, which was weird because nobody camps out there. It's not a campground, and it's pretty far from any road access. Curiosity got the better of me. I veered off the trail and made my way toward the light. As I got closer, I realized it was a fire, contained inside what looked like an old tractor tire, and around it was a camp, but not like any camp I'd ever seen before. It was a collection of maybe 12 makeshift shelters arranged in a rough circle around the fire. They weren't tents. They were more like shanties built from whatever materials the people could find. Old sheets of corrugated metal leaned against wooden frames. Wooden pallets formed walls. Blue tarps served as roofs. Some had what looked like shipping pallets for floors. Others were just sleeping bags under tarps strung between trees. The fire in the center was still burning, flames about a foot high. There was a pot hanging over part of it on a crude tripod made of branches. Steam was still rising from it, but there wasn't a single person anywhere. I stood at the edge of this bizarre little settlement, just frozen. Every instinct was telling me something was wrong. The fire was burning. There was food in that pot. I could smell some kind of stew. There were personal belongings everywhere. Clothes hanging on makeshift lines between shelters, backpacks propped against trees. I even saw a pair of boots neatly placed outside one of the shelters. It looked like people had been there literally minutes ago, but there wasn't a sound except for the crackling of the fire. "Hello?" I called out, not too loud. My voice sounded strange in the clearing, like it didn't carry right. No answer. I stood there for maybe 5 minutes, just watching, listening. Nothing moved except the flames. Finally, I stepped into the camp, moving slowly toward the center. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The first shelter I approached had a blue tarp for a roof and walls made of what looked like old fence boards. There was a sleeping bag inside, neatly laid out. Next to it was a small pile of clothes and a backpack. The strangest part was a newspaper tacked to one of the inner walls, a Seattle Times from just 3 days earlier. Someone had circled job listings in red pen. I moved to the next shelter. This one was smaller, maybe for a kid. There were toys inside, not new ones from a store, but handmade things. A doll made from what looked like an old sock, stuffed with rags. A tiny car carved from wood. A teddy bear missing an eye. Each shelter I checked had signs of daily life. One had a shelf made from an old wooden crate holding toiletries, a toothbrush, a sliver of soap, a cracked mirror. Another had what looked like family photos tucked into frame of the structure. Normal people things. In one of the larger shelters, I found an open notebook on top of a makeshift table, an old cable spool turned on its side. It was filled with handwritten notes. I only glanced at it, but it seemed to be some kind of journal or log. The last entry was dated that same day. The food over the fire was some kind of stew with beans and what might have been rabbit meat. The pot was still hot. There were crude bowls and spoons carved from wood stacked nearby, ready to be used. It was like everyone had just vanished, mid-meal, mid-life. Like the rapture had happened, but only to these people. As I stood there trying to make sense of it all, the air changed. It's hard to explain, but it felt charged, like right before a lightning storm, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. The forest around the clearing seemed darker somehow, despite the moonlight, deeper, like the darkness between the trees had substance. I turned slowly, scanning the tree line. Nothing moved, but I knew something was there, watching me. That's when I heard it, a twig snapping in the darkness, maybe 30 yards away, in the trees beyond the furthest shelter. It wasn't a deer or some other animal. It was deliberate, slow. I didn't call out again. Every horror movie I'd ever seen flashed through my mind, and I knew better. Instead, I backed slowly toward the trail, keeping my eyes on that spot in the darkness. I never saw anything move, but the feeling of being watched intensified until my skin was crawling with it. As soon as I reached the tree line, I turned and walked quickly back to the trail, fighting the urge to run. Once on the trail, I did run, not sprinting but moving fast, checking over my shoulder every few seconds. Nothing followed me that I could see, but that feeling of being watched stayed with me until I was back at my car. I drove home with all the windows up and doors locked, checking my rear-view mirror the whole way. When I got home, I double-checked all my locks and barely slept. For the next few weeks, I couldn't stop thinking about that camp. Who were those people? Why were they living out there? Where did they go? Why did they leave everything behind? The questions drove me crazy. After about 3 weeks, I couldn't take it anymore. I had to go back and see it again. This time I went during daylight, around 2 in the afternoon on a Sunday. I brought my friend Jake with me, though I didn't tell him exactly what we were looking for. Just said I'd found something weird in the woods I wanted to show him. We hiked out to where the clearing was. I know it was the right spot. I recognized the rock formation at the trail junction where I'd turned off, but when we got to the clearing, there was nothing there. No shelters, no fire pit, no tarps, no pallets, no personal belongings, nothing. The only sign that anything had ever been there was a faint black circle in the center of the clearing where the tire fire had been, just a ring of ash pressed into the dirt. That was it. Jake thought I was messing with him, called me an ass for dragging him out there for nothing. I tried to explain what I'd seen, but even as I described it, I could hear how crazy it sounded. Eventually, I dropped it. I've been back to that clearing 5 times since then. It's always empty, but twice I found that black ring of ash looking fresher, like the fire had been lit more recently. And once I found a child's drawing scratched into the dirt, just a simple stick figure family erased by rain 2 days later. I don't do night hikes anymore. Sometimes when I'm driving home late from work, I think I can see flickering lights deep in the forest. And occasionally when the wind is right, I catch the scent of wood smoke where no fire should be burning. I don't know who those people were or where they went. I don't know if they were even people at all. All I know is that somewhere in those woods, there's a community that appears and disappears like morning mist. And sometimes, late at night when I can't sleep, I wonder if they're looking for me the same way I've been looking for them. The worst part? Last week I found that sock doll, the one I'd seen in the child's shelter, sitting on the hood of my car when I came out of work at midnight. There was no note, no explanation, just that doll, staring at me with its button eyes. I haven't told anyone about that until now. Story 9. I still get goosebumps thinking about what happened last fall. It's been almost 8 months, and I've tried to put it behind me, but after seeing that news report yesterday about another group of hikers going missing in the same area, I feel like I need to share this. It was late October, right before midterms, when Derek, Jason, and I decided we needed a break from campus. We'd been drowning in assignments, and Derek found this supposedly perfect cabin online, cheap, secluded, and far enough away that we couldn't possibly run into anyone from school. Total disconnect, guys, he kept saying, showing us photos of this rustic place surrounded by trees. The pictures showed this charming little cabin with a fire pit out front and windows that looked out over the mountains. I remember thinking it looked almost too good to be true for the price. We packed up Derek's Subaru on Friday afternoon and headed out. It took about 3 hours to get there, and the last 45 minutes were on these narrow, winding gravel roads that seemed to get smaller the further we drove. The GPS kept cutting out, and at one point Derek had to stop and check the printed directions the owner had emailed him. It was getting late, and the sun was starting to set when we finally found the turnoff. Just a small wooden sign with the cabin number nailed to a tree. The cabin itself was, well, not exactly what we expected. The photos must have been taken years earlier because the place looked more weathered than charming. The wood siding had this grayish tint instead of the warm brown in the pictures. Some of the window shutters were hanging crooked, and the steps to the front porch creaked under our weight, but we were too tired to care, and honestly, it was still better than our cramped dorm rooms. We unloaded the car quickly as the temperature dropped. The inside was basic but clean enough. A small kitchen area, a living room with a stone fireplace, 2 bedrooms with twin beds, and a bathroom with one of those shower tub combinations that looks like it's from the 70s. There was this smell. Not bad, just old, like wood and dust and something else I couldn't place. That first night was actually pretty great. We got the fireplace going, grilled some burgers on the charcoal grill out back, and killed a 12-pack while talking about the stupid stuff we did freshman year. We stayed up till around 2 in the morning, and I remember thinking this was exactly what we needed. I slept like a rock that night. The complete silence was a welcome change from the constant noise of campus. No one snoring through the walls, no drunk people shouting outside, just nothing. The next morning, we made breakfast and decided to explore the property. The cabin sat on about 5 acres according to the listing, with a small creek running along one edge and forests surrounding the rest. We were walking around to the back of the cabin when Jason noticed them, boot prints in the soft dirt near the foundation. They weren't ours. We'd been wearing sneakers since we arrived. Probably just the owner checking on something before we got here, Derek said, but something about them seemed off. They were fresh, with clear tread marks. The soil was still dark and damp inside the prints, and they formed a weird pattern, like someone had been slowly walking in a circle around the entire cabin. We followed them until they disappeared into the tree line about 50 yards behind the house. "Maybe it's a hunter," I suggested. The owner said there might be people hunting in the area this time of year. We tried to shake it off. Spent the day hiking around the property, found the creek mentioned in the listing. It was peaceful, cold water running over smooth rocks. We skipped stones and talked about graduation coming up in the spring. But I kept thinking about those footprints. That night, we made pasta and played cards. The temperature dropped even more, and we could hear the wind picking up outside. Jason kept glancing out the windows. When I asked him what was wrong, he just shrugged and said he felt like we were being watched. We laughed it off, blamed it on too many horror movies, but I'd be lying if I said it didn't make me uneasy. I woke up around 3 in the morning to use the bathroom. The cabin was freezing despite the fire we'd built earlier. As I was washing my hands, I heard what sounded like a branch breaking outside. I froze, listening. Nothing. Then I heard it again. A soft crunch, like someone stepping on fallen leaves. I slowly moved to the small bathroom window, which had this thin, yellowed curtain covering it. Through the fabric, I could see the moonlight casting shadows from the trees, and then I saw it, a dark shape moving past the window. This window was at least 7 feet off the ground. Whatever was out there would have had to be standing on something to look in. I pulled back the curtain just slightly and pressed my face to the glass. The window was foggy from the shower I'd taken earlier, but I swear I saw the outline of a face looking back at me, just for a second before it disappeared. Not an animal, a human face. My heart was pounding so hard I thought it might burst. I hurried back to the bedroom where Derek was snoring. I debated waking him, but thought maybe I was just seeing things. It was dark, I was tired, and that window was high up. It didn't make sense, so I got back in bed, pulled the covers up to my chin, and lay awake listening for any other sounds until I eventually fell asleep. When morning came, it had rained overnight. The boot prints were gone, washed away. I told the guys what I thought I'd seen, and Derek suggested maybe it was a branch shadow or my reflection. Jason didn't say much, but he seemed on edge. We were making lunch when Jason went to grab beers from the cooler we'd left on the back porch. He came back inside looking pale. "The cooler's gone," he said. We all went out to check. Sure enough, the large blue cooler we'd brought, filled with beer, soda, and some leftovers, had vanished. This wasn't a small cooler. It was one of those heavy-duty ones that can hold ice for days. No animal could have dragged it away. Someone had taken it. "Okay, this is getting weird," Derek said, finally seeming concerned. "Let's just pack up and head back early." None of us argued. We quickly gathered our stuff, cleaned up the cabin, and loaded the car. Derek turned the key in the ignition, but nothing happened. The engine didn't even try to turn over, just a clicking sound. We popped the hood and immediately saw the problem. The battery cable had been cut, not disconnected or chewed through by an animal, cleanly cut with some kind of tool. That's when the fear really hit me. Someone was messing with us. Someone who had been watching us, circling the cabin, looking in windows, and now sabotaging our car. We were stuck here, miles from the nearest town, with no cell service. "We need to walk out," I said immediately. "Find help." Derek checked the map he'd printed. The nearest town was about 7 miles away, following the main road. We grabbed water bottles, locked the cabin, and started walking. None of us wanted to stay there a minute longer. The whole time we were walking, I kept looking over my shoulder. The road was narrow with forest pressing in on both sides. Perfect places for someone to hide and watch us. We'd been walking for maybe 2 hours when we heard the rumble of an engine behind us. An old pickup truck came around the bend, slowing as it approached. The driver was an older man, maybe in his 60s, with a gray beard and a baseball cap. He rolled down his window. "Car trouble?" he asked, eyeing us suspiciously. We explained our situation, and after a moment of consideration, he offered us a ride to town. We piled into the truck, me in the middle of the bench seat, Derek by the passenger door, and Jason in the truck bed since there wasn't room for all three of us inside. As we drove, I asked the man if there were other cabins nearby. "A few," he said, "most empty this time of year." "Have you noticed anyone strange around? Maybe hunters?" Derek asked. The old man gave us a long look before returning his eyes to the road. "You boys are lucky," he said finally. "Lucky nothing worse happened." The way he said it made my skin crawl. I wanted to ask what he meant, but something told me not to press. We rode the rest of the way in silence. He dropped us at a gas station in town where we could use the phone. While Derek called a tow service, Jason and I went inside to buy some food. That's when we saw it. A bulletin board near the register covered with missing person flyers. Most were for hikers, but 2 were for college girls who had vanished in the same area last spring. Their smiling faces stared back at me from the faded papers. The mechanic couldn't come until the next morning, so we got a room at the only motel in town, a rundown place with flickering exterior lights and beds that sagged in the middle. None of us slept much that night. The next day, the mechanic drove us back to the cabin to fix the car. In daylight, with someone else there, the place didn't seem as threatening. The mechanic replaced the battery cable, commenting that it was a clean cut, definitely done with wire cutters. Before leaving, I needed to use the bathroom one last time. As I came out, something caught my eye through the window. A small shed about 100 yards behind the cabin that we hadn't noticed before. It was partially hidden by trees. I don't know what made me walk out there. Something just pulled me toward it. The door was secured with a rusty padlock, but it was hanging open. Inside, I found our missing cooler, empty now. But that wasn't what made me back away in horror. The shed had been converted into some kind of living space. There was a sleeping bag on the floor, empty food wrappers, and a battery-powered lantern. But what really got to me were the Polaroid photos pinned to the wall. Pictures of us arriving at the cabin, us grilling, us through the windows at night, and older photos of other people, including the 2 girls from the missing posters. I ran back to the cabin, told the guys what I'd found, and we got out of there as fast as possible. We didn't report it to the police until we were back at school. By the time authorities checked it out, the shed had been cleared out. Nothing left but our empty cooler. It's been months now, but I still have trouble sleeping. What keeps me up isn't the thought of ghosts or monsters, but knowing there was a real person out there in those woods, someone who watched us through windows while we slept, someone who took photos of us without our knowledge, someone who had likely done it before. And after seeing the news yesterday about another group gone missing in the same area, I'm certain they're still out there, watching, waiting for the next group of friends to book that cabin in the shadows. Story 10. I've never really told this story to anyone outside my family because, well, no one believes me. Even my parents think I dreamed it or made it up, but I know what I saw. I'm in 11th grade now, but this happened when I was 9 years old. In 4th grade at Pinehurst Elementary. It was just a normal Tuesday afternoon in October. The weather was getting cooler, and we had those big windows that face the soccer field on the east side of the school. I remember I was wearing my favorite purple sweater because it was the first really chilly day of fall. Mrs. Larson had given us independent work time to finish our science packets about the water cycle. It was around 1:30 in the afternoon. I remember looking at the clock right before it happened because I was counting down until recess at 1:45. I've always been the type to finish my work quickly, so I was just doodling in my notebook, mostly looking out the window because I was bored. That's when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a weird cloud or maybe a plane. But as it got closer, I realized it wasn't anything normal. This thing was floating through the sky, moving slowly but deliberately. It wasn't like any aircraft I'd ever seen before or since. The best way I can describe it is that it looked like someone had taken one of those classic flying saucer shapes from old movies and squished it, then stretched it out sideways. It was dark gray, almost metallic but not shiny. More like the matte finish on my dad's old Volvo. It had these weird fin-like things sticking out from the sides and one on top, kind of like a submarine, but not exactly. And there were windows, I'm sure of it. Dark tinted windows running along the middle section. I couldn't see inside them, but they were definitely windows. The strangest part was how quiet it was. You know how when a helicopter or plane passes by, the whole classroom can hear it? Everyone looks up. Sometimes the teacher even pauses for a moment. This thing made absolutely no sound. Nothing, complete silence. It just glided through the air like it was moving through water. I remember my heart starting to beat really fast. I wasn't exactly scared at first, more like super confused and curious. I looked around the classroom to see if anyone else was seeing this, and that's when everything went from weird to absolutely terrifying. Every single person in the room, Mrs. Larson, all 23 of my classmates, they were all completely still, not like they were watching the craft or even like they were concentrating on their work. I don't know how to explain it except to say they looked switched off. Their heads were down, kind of hanging forward, arms limp at their sides or on their desks. Nobody was moving, nobody was blinking. It was like someone had hit a pause button on the entire room, except for me. My stomach dropped and I felt instantly nauseous. I remember gripping the edge of my desk so hard my knuckles turned white. I wanted to scream or run, but I was frozen in place myself, not like them, but from pure fear. "Hello?" I whispered, but nobody responded or moved. My best friend Lily was sitting right next to me, her pencil still in her hand but completely motionless, her head hanging down with her blonde hair covering her face. I reached out to touch her arm, and her skin felt normal, warm, not cold like I was half expecting, but she didn't react at all. I looked back out the window, and the craft was directly outside now, maybe 100 feet away from the school building. We were on the second floor, so it was almost at eye level with our classroom. I swear it slowed down even more as it passed by our window, like it was observing us, or me. I don't know. My head was pounding and I felt like I might throw up. I kept looking back and forth between the craft and my frozen classmates, trying to make sense of what was happening. There was this pressure in the air, like right before a thunderstorm, but different, heavier somehow, like gravity had increased just in our classroom. I counted to 10 in my head, trying to calm down. When I looked back at the window, expecting to see the craft continuing its path across the sky, it was gone. Not like it had flown away. I would have seen that. It had completely vanished. 1 second it was there, and the next, nothing. Just blue sky and clouds. At that exact moment, the bell rang for recess. I nearly jumped out of my skin at the sound, and when I looked around the classroom again, everyone was normal. Kids were closing their books, chatting, getting up from their desks. Mrs. Larson was erasing something on the whiteboard. Lily turned to me with a smile and asked if I wanted to play Foursquare at recess. It was like nothing had happened, like those 15 minutes of frozen time hadn't existed for anyone but me. "Did you see that?" I asked Lily, my voice shaking. "That thing outside the window." She looked at me weird. "What thing?" "The aircraft thing, it was right there." I pointed at the window. "You were all frozen, like statues or something." Lily laughed. "What are you talking about, Sophia? Nobody was frozen. You're being weird." I tried telling a few other kids as we lined up for recess. Some laughed, some just ignored me, but no one, absolutely no one, had any idea what I was talking about. Mrs. Larson overheard me and knelt down beside me, asking if I was feeling okay. She put her hand on my forehead to check for a fever, but I pulled away. "I'm not sick. I saw something outside the window and everyone was frozen." She gave me that concerned teacher look and suggested I visit the nurse, but I refused. I knew what I'd seen. By the time recess was over, I'd stopped talking about it because it was obvious no one was going to believe me. When I got home that day, I told my mom. She listened more carefully than the kids at school, but I could tell she didn't believe me either. She suggested maybe I dozed off for a minute and had a vivid dream, or that my imagination had run away with me. Dad was even worse. He just ruffled my hair and said, "Sounds like someone's been watching too many sci-fi movies." I tried to convince them for weeks afterward, but eventually gave up. What was the point? I knew what I'd seen. even if no one else did. For months after that, I had trouble sleeping. Every time I closed my eyes, I'd see that craft again, and the image of my classmates hanging there like puppets with cut strings. I became obsessed with looking out windows, constantly scanning the sky for any sign of that craft returning. I'd also watch people carefully, half expecting them to suddenly freeze up again. My grades started slipping because I couldn't concentrate in class anymore, especially during independent work time. My parents eventually took me to a child psychologist who told them I had an overactive imagination and possible anxiety issues. She suggested I might have experienced a brief dissociative episode brought on by stress, even though I wasn't particularly stressed about anything before that day. The doctor prescribed some relaxation techniques and suggested limiting my screen time, especially anything with aliens or UFOs, as if that would make me forget what I saw. The worst part is, over time, I started to doubt myself. Had I imagined it all? Was it possible I'd fallen asleep for a few minutes and dreamed the whole thing? But it felt so real. The details were so vivid. The metallic gray color of the craft, the way the air felt heavy in the room, the complete silence. How could I have dreamed all that up? In 6th grade, I did a deep dive into researching UFOs and unexplained phenomena. I found some stories similar to mine, people reporting time seeming to stop during UFO encounters, other witnesses appearing frozen or unaware. They call it missing time, or sometimes high strangeness. That's when I became convinced again that what I experienced was real. One thing that still bothers me is why only I saw it. Why wasn't I frozen like everyone else? Was I meant to see it? Was it some kind of test? And what would have happened if I'd tried to leave the classroom during those minutes? I'm 17 now, and I haven't seen anything like that craft since that day. But sometimes, when I'm in class and it gets really quiet during a test or study period, I get this crawling sensation up my spine. I find myself looking out windows, checking to make sure everyone around me is still moving, still blinking, still alive. Last year, I had Mr. Peterson for physics, and he was talking about theoretical physics and dimensions beyond our perception. I almost told him my story after class, but stopped myself. What would be the point? He'd think I was crazy like everyone else. The strangest part is that after all these years, I still remember every detail perfectly. Most memories from when I was 9 are fuzzy now, but not this one. This one is crystal clear, like it happened yesterday. Sometimes I wonder if that's another clue that it was real, that it wasn't just my imagination. I still drive past Pinehurst Elementary sometimes. They've renovated the east wing since then, added bigger windows and a new playground. I always slow down when I pass by, looking up at the second-floor windows where my old classroom was, half expecting to see that craft again. I don't know what I saw that day or why I was the only one who saw it. Was it aliens, some government experiment, a glitch in reality? I have no idea. But I know what I experienced was real, even if I'll never be able to prove it to anyone else. Sometimes I wonder if there are others out there who've had similar experiences, but are too afraid to talk about them. Or maybe they did talk about it and, like me, were dismissed and eventually gave up trying to convince people. All I know is that ever since that day, I've never felt completely safe. Not because I think the craft will come back, but because I realized how fragile our reality might be, how there might be things happening around us that most people never notice or instantly forget. And that scares me more than any alien spacecraft ever could. Story 11. I've been debating whether to share this for years. I'm still an active officer with CPD, so I need to be careful, but I can't keep this bottled up anymore. What happened at the 23rd Precinct back in '88 has haunted me every day since. I was 27 then, only 4 years on the job. February 12th, 1988. I remember the date because it was my dad's birthday, and I'd promised to meet him for dinner after my shift. I never made it. I was working evidence that week, covering for Donovan, who was out with the flu. Not my favorite assignment, just cataloging, filing, retrieving, boring stuff. The evidence room was in the basement, this huge windowless space with those old metal shelves that went all the way to the ceiling, fluorescent lights that buzzed constantly and gave everyone headaches. That morning started like any other. I was pulling evidence for a court case when I noticed something off about one of the boxes from a cold case. The security seal was intact, but something just felt wrong. I'd handled enough evidence by then to know when something wasn't right. I opened it, proper procedure, logged it out, signed the chain of custody form, and inside, everything had been rearranged, not just tossed around like someone was searching for something, but deliberately positioned. The items formed numbers. At first, I thought I was seeing things, but no, they were definitely coordinates. I pulled another cold case box, same thing. Then another. 14 boxes in total, all with intact seals, all with the contents rearranged to form parts of coordinates. When I put them together, they pointed to somewhere in the industrial district. I reported it to Captain DeMarco immediately. Frank was a good boss. Old school but fair. He took one look at the evidence, then at my face, and knew this wasn't some rookie mistake. "Martinez, you sure about this?" he asked. I nodded. The seals were intact. Nobody should have been able to touch that evidence without signing for it. He assembled a small team. Me, Alvarez from Homicide, Peterson from Vice, and himself. We drove out to the coordinates that afternoon. It was this massive abandoned warehouse, the kind that was all over Chicago's industrial district in the 80s. Broken windows, graffiti, the smell of piss and chemicals. The whole time I kept thinking how I was going to be late for my dad's birthday. The warehouse doors were chained shut, but someone had cut through them recently. Inside was mostly empty except for some old machinery and trash. We swept the place, room by room, standard procedure. In the back office area, Peterson found it, a section of wall that sounded hollow when he knocked on it. We found the hidden latch and the wall slid open. I still get chills remembering what was inside. A room, maybe 15 by 15 feet, walls covered with photos, files, maps. The photos were of us, me, DeMarco, Peterson, Alvarez, and every other officer who'd handled those cold cases over the years. Not just work photos. Photos of us at home, with family, sleeping in our beds. Photos that no one should have been able to take. My hands were shaking as I looked at a photo of myself making coffee in my kitchen from just that morning. I lived alone. My doors were locked. My curtains were drawn. The files were worse. They had everything about us. Medical histories, bank records, childhood addresses, names of old girlfriends, details about arguments with spouses, things that weren't in any official record, things no one could know. DeMarco ordered us to bag everything as evidence. His face was gray, and I'd never seen him rattled before. "Not a word about this to anyone," he said. "Not until we figure out what the hell is going on." We brought everything back to the precinct. I was supposed to catalog it all, but I couldn't bring myself to look at those files again. I called my dad, told him I couldn't make dinner. He understood. He'd been a cop too. That's when things got weirder. I was alone in the evidence room around 9 that night, trying to make sense of what we'd found, when I heard voices, just whispers at first, like people talking in the next room. But there was no next room, just concrete walls. I called out, thinking maybe the janitor had come in. No response, but the voices continued. I followed the sound to the back of the room where we kept the oldest cold cases. The voices got clearer, like a radio slowly tuning in. They were discussing case details, specific evidence, witness statements, things only detectives would know. I recognized one of the cases they mentioned. A 1967 homicide of a convenience store clerk. I'd just been reviewing that file earlier. I set up a recorder. When I played it back, the audio tech confirmed what I already knew. Those were the voices of Detectives Morgan and Whitfield, the original investigators on that case. Both had been dead for over a decade. When I told DeMarco the next morning, he looked at me like I was crazy. But he listened to the tape. He knew those voices too. "We keep this between us," he said. "The brass gets wind of this. They'll shut us down and bring in the feds." For the next few weeks, we investigated quietly. More evidence boxes were found rearranged, always cold cases, always with intact seals. The photos and files from the warehouse revealed nothing about who had created them. No fingerprints, no DNA, though DNA testing was still new back then. No traceable materials. Then March 3rd happened. I was working late again, at 11:11 exactly. I remember looking at my watch. Every light in the evidence room went out simultaneously. The emergency lights didn't kick in. Total darkness. I froze, my flashlight in hand, but too scared to turn it on. I could hear movement all around me. Footsteps, the rustle of fabric, metal shelves being touched. I couldn't see anything, but I knew I wasn't alone. 7 minutes. 7 minutes of standing perfectly still, barely breathing, listening to unseen people moving around me in the dark. Then the lights came back on all at once. Every single box from our unsolved homicides had been rearranged, not by case number anymore, but chronologically by date of death. Hundreds of boxes, some from cases 50 years old, all perfectly arranged. It would have taken a team of people hours to do this, not 7 minutes. And on the glass doors of the evidence cabinets, written in condensation like someone had breathed on the glass, were the words, "We never left our posts." The security cameras showed nothing, just the lights going out, then coming back on to reveal the rearranged room. No people, no movement, just 7 minutes of darkness, and somehow everything changed. Chen was the first to die. James Chen, good cop, expecting his first kid. He took the overnight evidence room shift on March 10th. By morning, he was gone. We found him 72 hours later inside an evidence locker that had been locked from the inside. The ME said he died of old age. James was 34, but his autopsy showed a man in his 90s. White hair, arthritis, deteriorated organs, like he'd aged 60 years overnight. 2 weeks later, it was Williams and Nolan. They were checking inventory when they reported seeing uniformed officers walking through the evidence stacks. Williams radioed in, "There's someone down here in an old uniform, like from the 40s. He's not responding to commands." Their body cameras showed a figure at the end of an aisle wearing an old-style police uniform with a high collar and 8-point hat. Then the footage cut out. When backup arrived, Williams and Nolan were unconscious. Both died at the hospital from heart failure. Williams was 29, Nolan was 31. Neither had any history of heart problems. The brass couldn't ignore it anymore. They ordered the evidence transferred and the facility evacuated. I was part of the team supervising the move. As we were clearing out the last of the boxes, the security cameras caught it. Shadows standing at attention throughout the evidence room. Figures in uniforms from different eras, just standing there, watching us. The audio equipment picked up a voice calling out badge numbers. I recognized some of them. Officers who had died in the line of duty over the decades. It was like roll call for the dead. We got out of there, sealed it up. The whole facility was demolished in '89. They built a parking structure there instead. During construction, workers kept finding evidence bags buried in the foundation. Perfect evidence bags from cases that had been solved 50, 60 years earlier, preserved like they'd been packaged yesterday. I requested transfer to the 18th precinct after that. Most of us who were involved did the same. DeMarco retired early. Peterson quit the force entirely. I still think about those coordinates, about who or what arranged that evidence to lead us there, about those photos that shouldn't exist, about voices of dead officers still working their cases. I'm a lieutenant now. I've seen a lot in my 36 years on the force, but nothing like what happened at the 23rd. Sometimes when I'm alone in an evidence room, I still hear those whispers, still feel like I'm being watched by officers long gone. The other day, I found an old case file on my desk that I hadn't requested. Inside was a photo of me from 1988, standing in that evidence room, written on the back in handwriting I didn't recognize, "We're still on duty." I don't know what to make of it all these years later, but I know this. Some cases are never closed, and some officers never leave their posts even after death. Story 12. I never believed in ghosts, not until I started working at the Dunkin' Donuts in Westfield last year. I mean, it's a freaking donut shop in a strip mall parking lot. Brand new building, bright lights, nothing creepy about it whatsoever. At least that's what I thought when I took the job. My first week was completely normal, learning how to make the different drinks, memorizing the donut varieties, getting used to the morning rush. My co-workers seemed cool, though I noticed they were weirdly jumpy sometimes. One night, about 2 weeks in, I was closing with Emma, who'd been there for about 6 months. "So, has anyone told you this place is haunted?" she asked while we were cleaning the espresso machine. I laughed. "You're joking, right?" "I wish I was." Emma wasn't smiling. "Ask anyone who's worked here more than a month." I rolled my eyes. "Come on. It's a brand new building in the middle of a shopping plaza. What could possibly haunt it?" "I don't know what it is, but something's here," she insisted. "You'll see." I didn't think much of it. Every workplace has its weird little myths and inside jokes. I figured this was just something they told the newbies to freak them out. About a week later, I was working the closing shift with my manager, Dan. It was a Tuesday night, really slow. We closed at 10, and by 10:30, we had everything cleaned up and were ready to leave. Dan was counting the register, and I was doing one final wipe down of the counters when I heard it. 3 loud bangs on the back door, like someone was pounding their fist against it, followed by what sounded like someone rattling the handle. "Someone's at the back door," I called to Dan. He looked up from the register, frowning. "What?" "Someone's banging on the back door. Should I check it?" Dan's face went pale. "Both of us will check." We walked to the back door together. The banging had stopped, but I was sure I'd heard it. Dan unlocked the door and pushed it open. There was nobody there, just the empty parking lot and the dumpsters. "Maybe it was someone playing a prank," I suggested, looking around. Dan shook his head. "There's nowhere to hide out here. You can see the entire back lot from here to the road. Nobody could have gotten away that fast without us seeing them." He was right. Our Dunkin' sits in the middle of the plaza parking lot. There's at least 50 feet of open space in every direction. Whoever had knocked would have had to sprint across open pavement to hide anywhere. "Must have been the wind," I said, not believing it myself. It was a perfectly still night. Dan just looked at me. "Yeah, the wind." After that night, I started paying more attention to the weird things my co-workers would say. Kylie mentioned hearing someone call her name when she was alone in the back. Todd swore the coffee machines would turn themselves on sometimes, little things that could be explained away, but they started to add up. Then it happened to me. I was in the back room about a month after the knocking incident, restocking cups during a slow afternoon shift. The store was nearly empty, just one customer sitting by the window and Jessica working the front counter. "Risa." I froze. Someone had clearly just said Risa, right behind me. Not Marissa, but Risa, the nickname only my dad uses. I spun around. No one was there. "Jessica," I called out. "Did you just come back here?" "No," she called from the front. "I'm still up here. Need something?" My skin crawled. I walked out to the front, trying to act normal. "Did you just call me?" I asked, knowing the answer. "Nope, been helping this gentleman." She gestured to the only customer. I nodded and went back to work, but I couldn't shake the feeling that someone had been standing right behind me, whispering my nickname in my ear. The incidents kept happening. Little things at first. Items moved from where we left them, lights flickering, cold spots in random areas of the store. My co-workers and I would exchange glances when these things happened, but we didn't talk about it much. It was like we had an unspoken agreement not to acknowledge it too directly. One afternoon, I was working with Kylie when we both clearly heard Todd say, "Can someone help me with this?" from the back room. We looked at each other, confused. "Was that Todd?" Kylie asked. "Sounded exactly like him," I confirmed. But Todd wasn't scheduled that day. He was visiting his parents 2 hours away. He'd posted about it on Instagram that morning. We checked the back room anyway, empty. A week later, I was working with Emma again when she suddenly stopped in the middle of making a latte. Her face went white and she dropped the cup she was holding. "Emma, you okay?" I asked. She didn't respond, just stood there frozen. Then tears started streaming down her face. "I heard my grandma," she whispered, her voice shaking. "She just said Emma Bean right in my ear. That's what she always called me. She died 3 years ago." I didn't know what to say. Emma wasn't the type to make stuff up for attention, and the genuine fear and confusion on her face told me she really had heard something. But the worst night, the night that finally convinced me this place was truly haunted, happened about 2 months ago. I was closing with Kylie. It had been a normal night, nothing unusual. We locked the front doors at 10, turned off the open sign, and started our closing routine. We'd already put all the chairs upside down on the tables, something we do every night to make it easier to mop the floors. I was behind the counter, wiping everything down while Kylie mopped. That's when we heard the door chime, the little electronic ding that sounds whenever someone walks in. We both froze and looked at the door. It was still locked. No one was there. "Did you hear that?" Kylie whispered. I nodded, my heart suddenly pounding. Maybe it malfunctioned. "Yeah, maybe," she said, but neither of us believed it. We went back to work, both moving a little faster than before. About 5 minutes later, we heard a loud crash from the dining area. We both jumped and turned to look. One of the chairs had fallen from a table onto the floor. "It probably wasn't balanced right," I said, trying to stay calm. "I'll get it." I walked over, picked up the chair, and checked all the others to make sure they were secure on the tables. Then I decided to just take them all down. We were almost done with the floor anyway. I took down all the chairs and tucked them under the tables properly. Kylie finished mopping and put the mop away. We were in the back room, gathering our things to leave, when we heard it, the unmistakable sound of a chair being pulled out from a table. The scraping noise of metal legs against the tile floor was crystal clear. We looked at each other, both of us wide-eyed with fear. "Someone must have come in," Kylie whispered, though we both knew the doors were locked. "I'll check," I said, my voice trembling. I crept back into the dining area, Kylie right behind me. The sight that greeted us made my blood run cold. One chair, just one, was pulled out from its table, sitting at an angle like someone had just gotten up from it. "Did you leave that chair like that?" Kylie asked. "No," I said. "I put them all in properly. You saw me do it." We stood there, staring at the chair, neither of us willing to approach it. The store felt different suddenly, the air heavier, like someone was watching us. "Let's get out of here," Kylie said. We didn't even finish our closing duties. We just grabbed our bags, turned off the lights, and ran out the door, making sure to lock it behind us. I've never moved so fast in my life. The next day, we tried to tell our manager what happened. He listened, but I could tell he didn't really believe us, even though he'd had his own experiences in the store. He just said sometimes the chairs aren't balanced right and can slide off the tables, but that doesn't explain how a chair tucked under a table could pull itself out. Since that night, I've been noticing more and more strange things. The whispering has gotten more frequent. Not just my name now, but unintelligible murmurs when I'm alone in certain parts of the store. The back door still gets those loud knocks sometimes, always when we're closing, never when we open in the morning. The door chime goes off at random times with no one there. Last week, I was in the back room when all the boxes of cup lids suddenly fell off the shelf. They didn't just slide off. They flew off like someone had swept their arm across the shelf. I've started requesting morning shifts only. Somehow, the weird stuff happens less during daylight hours when the store is busy, but I can't avoid closing shifts entirely. What confuses me the most is why a Dunkin' Donuts. There's nothing special about this building. It was built just 3 years ago on what used to be an empty lot. Before that, I'm told it was just part of the plaza parking lot. No tragic deaths, no ancient burial grounds, nothing that would explain a haunting. Yet something is definitely here with us, something that knows our names, that can move objects, that wants us to know it's present. I've got another closing shift tonight. I'm dreading it, but I need this job, so I'll go in, do my work, and try to ignore the whispers, the cold spots, the feeling of being watched. I'll try not to think about what might happen when the lights go out and it's just me, my co-worker, and whatever entity has decided to make our Dunkin' Donuts its home. But I know one thing for sure. I'll never again dismiss someone who claims their workplace is haunted, because sometimes the most ordinary places hide the most extraordinary secrets, and sometimes those secrets don't want to stay hidden. Story 13. I've never told this story publicly before. Even typing it out now makes my hands shake a little. For most of my life, I've convinced myself it was just some weird childhood hallucination or a dream that felt too real. But something happened recently that's making me question everything I thought I knew. I grew up in Parksville in a pretty average suburban house. Nothing special about it. 3 bedrooms, a basement that always smelled a bit musty, and a backyard with a maple tree that dropped those helicopter seeds every spring. I was around 5, maybe 6 years old when it happened. I remember because it was before I started first grade, but I was old enough to be left unsupervised while my mom napped. It was a weekday afternoon in summer. Mom worked night shifts at the hospital as a nurse, so she'd often catch up on sleep during the day while I played quietly. That particular day was hot and sticky. We didn't have air conditioning, just those box fans that push the hot air around. I was sitting cross-legged on our living room carpet, playing with my Legos. Mom had strict rules about keeping quiet during her naps, so I was being extra careful not to make noise with the plastic blocks. I remember the room perfectly. Beige carpet that was always slightly scratchy against my legs. The TV was off. Sunlight was coming through the vertical blinds, creating these strips of light across the floor. The house was completely silent except for the gentle hum of the fan and the occasional car passing outside. I was focused on building some kind of spaceship when I got that feeling. You know the one, where you suddenly feel like you're being watched. It wasn't a gradual feeling. It hit me all at once, like someone had dumped ice water down my back. When I looked up, it was just there, standing between me and the hallway that led to the kitchen. It was a praying mantis, but not a normal one. This thing was massive. I'm talking ceiling height, at least 8 feet tall. Its body was that same alien green color as regular mantises, but slightly translucent, like I could almost see through parts of it. The body was segmented just like a real insect's, with that distinctive triangular head and those front legs folded up in that prayer-like position. Its eyes were huge, bulbous, and completely black, like polished obsidian. They didn't reflect light the way normal eyes do. I couldn't move, not a single muscle. I wasn't even breathing. It felt like my heart had completely stopped. I just sat there, frozen, my half-built Lego spaceship still in my hands. I remember thinking, very clearly, if I don't move, maybe it won't see me. Like somehow this enormous thing that filled my entire living room hadn't already noticed the only other living being in the room. The worst part was how still it was. It barely moved at all, just these tiny, almost imperceptible movements of its antennae. They would twitch slightly, like it was sensing the air. Sometimes its head would tilt just a fraction of an inch in this mechanical, inhuman way. I don't know how long we stayed like that. It could have been seconds or minutes. Time felt completely warped, but at some point my survival instinct kicked in. I remember thinking about my mom upstairs. If I could just get to her, she would make it go away. She could fix this, so I made a plan in my head. The stairs were behind me, maybe 10 feet away. If I moved slowly and didn't look at it directly, maybe I could reach them. I started to shift my weight, preparing to stand up. That's when it moved. Not much, just a slight repositioning of one of its front legs, but it was enough to send absolute terror through my entire body. I abandoned all plans of moving slowly. I just bolted. I scrambled to my feet, dropping my Legos with a loud clatter, and ran as fast as I could toward the stairs. I didn't look back. I couldn't. I was convinced that if I turned around, it would be right behind me, reaching for me with those long, spindly arms. I took the stairs 2 at a time, practically crawling up them on all 4s. I burst into my mom's room, crying and gasping for air. She was lying on her side, still half asleep, when I started shaking her shoulder. "Mom! Mom! There's a giant praying mantis downstairs." I was sobbing, barely able to get the words out. She sat up, rubbing her eyes. "What? A praying mantis?" "A huge one. It's in the living room. It's as tall as the ceiling." I could see her expression change from concern to that look parents get when they realize their kid is just being imaginative. "Oh, honey, it's probably just a regular one. They look bigger when you're scared." "No, Mom, it's huge. Please come see." I was pulling on her arm, tears streaming down my face. She sighed, swinging her legs over the side of the bed. All right. Let's go see this giant bug." I hid behind her as we went downstairs. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I was terrified of what we'd find, but also desperate for her to see it too, to confirm I wasn't crazy. But when we reached the living room, it was empty. My Legos were scattered across the carpet where I'd dropped them, but there was no sign of the mantis, no sign that anything unusual had been there at all. "See? Nothing here," my mom said, stifling a yawn. "It probably was just a small one that got in somehow, and it's gone now." I was stunned. I looked everywhere. Behind the couch, in the corners of the ceiling, through the doorway to the kitchen. Nothing. It had completely vanished. "But it was here," I insisted, my voice small. "It was huge, Mom, like a giant and green." She patted my head. "Sometimes our eyes play tricks on us, sweetie, especially when we're by ourselves and it's quiet. Remember when you thought there was a monster in your closet, but it was just your bathrobe hanging up? But this wasn't like that. I knew what I saw. It wasn't a trick of the light or a misidentified object. It was a giant praying mantis, and it had been watching me. I didn't bring it up again after that day. Even at that young age, I could tell from my mom's reaction that what I'd seen wasn't something other people would believe. I tucked the memory away, and as I got older, I started to doubt it myself. Maybe it was a dream. Maybe I'd fallen asleep playing and had a vivid nightmare. Maybe I'd seen a normal-sized mantis and my child brain had exaggerated it to monstrous proportions. That's what I told myself for over 20 years, until last month. I was having drinks with my friend Eve at her apartment. We've known each other since college, and she's one of those people who's into all kinds of spiritual stuff. Crystals, tarot cards, meditation. I've always been the practical one between us, but I respect her beliefs, even if I don't share them. We were on our second glass of wine when she started telling me about a recent experience she'd had while taking mushrooms with some friends at a cabin in the woods. She'd never done psychedelics before and she was nervous about it. So we took them, right? And for the first hour or so, everything was fine, just colors being more vibrant, music sounding better, that sort of thing. But then Jason and Melissa started having bad trips. Jason was curled up in a ball, convinced he was dying, and Melissa was crying about some childhood trauma that was resurfacing. Eve took a sip of her wine before continuing. I was starting to panic too, because I was the only one who seemed okay, and I didn't know how to help them. That's when they appeared. "Who appeared?" I asked. "The mantis beings," she said so casually that at first I didn't register what she'd said. Then it hit me. My glass froze halfway to my mouth. "The what?" "Mantis beings, like they looked like praying mantises, but they were huge, person-sized, and they were intelligent. They communicated with me telepathically." The room suddenly felt very cold. What did they look like exactly?" I managed to ask, trying to keep my voice steady. "They were green, but kind of see-through, like they weren't fully in our dimension or something. They had these massive black eyes that seemed to see right through me. They just appeared in the cabin, standing in the corner, watching us." My hands were shaking so badly I had to set my wine glass down. "Were you scared?" I whispered. Eve shook her head. "That's the weirdest part. I wasn't scared at all. They were calming. They told me, not with words but with thoughts, how to help Jason and Melissa. They guided me through it. By morning, everyone was fine and they were gone, but it felt so real, like they were actually there." I couldn't speak. Everything she was describing, the appearance, the stillness, the sense of intelligence, matched what I'd seen as a child. Everything, except the feeling it gave her. Where she felt calm, I had felt pure terror. "Have you ever heard of anything like that?" she asked. "I've been looking online. And apparently mantis beings are a thing in some people's spiritual experiences. Some people think they're interdimensional entities or spiritual guides. I wanted to tell her then. I wanted to blurt out everything about what I'd seen that summer day in my living room, but something held me back. Maybe it was the fear of sounding crazy, or maybe it was the fear that talking about it would somehow make it more real. No, I lied. I've never heard of anything like that. But I couldn't stop thinking about it after that night. I started researching online, looking up mantis beings and giant praying mantis sightings. To my shock, there were hundreds of accounts from people who claimed to have seen exactly what I saw. Some during meditation, some during psychedelic experiences, some just going about their daily lives. Many described the same feeling of paralysis I'd experienced, the same sense of being observed by something intelligent. I still don't know what to make of it all. Was what I saw as a child real? Did it exist in our physical world, or was it something else? Something from another dimension that somehow I could perceive? If it was real, why did it appear to me? What did it want? And why, after all these years, am I suddenly hearing about other people's encounters with these beings? I've never done psychedelics. I've never meditated deeply. I was just a kid playing with Legos. Yet somehow I saw something that seems to belong to a reality beyond our everyday understanding. The memory is as vivid now as it was when it happened. The stillness, those eyes, the way it just stood there, watching me. Sometimes when I'm alone in my apartment at night, I get that feeling again, that sensation of being observed, and I find myself afraid to look up, terrified that I'll see that triangular head and those folded arms waiting for me after all these years. Story 14. I've never shared this publicly before, but something happened to me about 7 years ago that I still can't explain. I've gone over it countless times in my head, tried to find logical explanations, but I always come back to the same conclusion. What my mom and I saw that day at Riverside Cemetery wasn't something that can be explained by science or logic. For context, my mom and I had this weird hobby during my high school years. We'd photograph headstones for this website that helped people who couldn't visit their relatives' graves in person. I know it sounds morbid, but it was actually pretty meaningful. We'd get requests from people living across the country who couldn't travel to see where their grandparents or other family members were buried. We'd find the graves, clean them up a bit, take nice photos, and upload them to the website. It made people happy. And honestly, cemeteries never scared me because of it. They became peaceful places where we did something helpful. We'd visited probably 24 cemeteries over 3 years, so being around headstones and grave markers was completely normal for us. That's important to understand. We weren't jumpy people who got spooked easily in these places. We were comfortable and respectful in them. About 7 years ago, when I was 17, my mom got some terrible news. Her college friend Sarah, along with Sarah's husband Mark and their 6-year-old son Ethan, had all died in a car accident the previous weekend. Some drunk driver crossed the center line on the highway and hit them head-on. All 3 died instantly. It was absolutely devastating news. My mom hadn't kept in super close contact with Sarah over the years, but they'd been roommates in college and still exchanged Christmas cards and occasional phone calls. The funeral had already happened before my mom even found out. Sarah's family lived several states away, but we discovered they'd been buried at Riverside Cemetery, which was only about 40 minutes from our house. My mom wanted to pay her respects, so we drove out there the following Saturday. It was early October, one of those perfect fall days where the temperature is just right and the leaves are changing. Riverside is this massive old cemetery. We'd actually been there a few times before for our headstone photography, but it's huge, with sections dating back to the 1800s all the way up to the present. The cemetery office was closed when we arrived, so we didn't have the exact location of Sarah's family plot. Mom figured we'd just walk around the newer section and look for fresh graves, since the accident had happened less than 2 weeks before. We spent about an hour searching, working our way methodically through the newer areas, but couldn't find them. We were about to give up when we wandered into this section we hadn't checked before. It was a newer area, but not super new. The headstones looked like they were from the last 20 years or so. We weren't expecting to find Sarah's grave there, but we were just walking through on our way back to the car. That's when we came across this family plot that stopped us both in our tracks. It wasn't Sarah's family, but it gave me goosebumps immediately. The plot had 3 graves, a husband, a wife, and their young son. The weird thing was, they had all died on the same day, about 5 years earlier. I remember thinking how sad it was. Another family wiped out together, just like Sarah's. The headstones were beautiful, polished black granite with gold lettering. The parents' stones were larger, with the child's smaller one in between them. Mom and I just stood there, not saying anything. It felt significant somehow, like we were meant to find this spot. I know that sounds stupid, but it's the only way I can describe it. It wasn't Sarah's family, but it was another family who had died together, and somehow stumbling upon their graves felt meaningful. The air got really still then. I remember noticing how the ambient noise of the cemetery seemed to fade away. No birds chirping, no distant traffic sounds, no wind in the trees, just complete silence. It wasn't a gradual thing either. One moment there was normal background noise, and the next, nothing. My mom looked at me, and I could tell she noticed it too. We were standing there in this bubble of silence when it happened. A hummingbird appeared, hovering directly over the child's grave. Now, I've seen hummingbirds before, but this one was different somehow. Its colors seemed too vivid, almost glowing. It hovered perfectly still for what felt like a full minute, which is not normal hummingbird behavior at all. They usually dart around frantically, but this one was just suspended there. I started to point it out to my mom, but she was already staring at it. We both watched as the hummingbird began to change. I know how insane this sounds, and I've spent years trying to convince myself it was some kind of optical illusion or trick of the light, but I know what I saw. The hummingbird's body seemed to shift and morph, its wings expanding and changing shape until it wasn't a hummingbird anymore, but a butterfly, a big monarch with those distinctive orange and black wings. The butterfly floated there for a few seconds, right where the hummingbird had been, fluttering its wings slowly. Then it too began to change, the orange color fading to white, the wings becoming more angular until it was a large white moth. The moth hovered for maybe 3 seconds and then simply vanished. Not flew away, vanished. One moment it was there, and the next it was gone, like someone had switched off a projector. The silence broke immediately after that. Birds started chirping again. I could hear cars on the distant road, and a breeze rustled through the trees. It was like someone had hit the play button on a paused world. Mom and I just stood there staring at the empty air where the moth had been. I was afraid to speak, worried that if I described what I'd seen, she'd tell me I was hallucinating or something. Finally, I turned to her and said, "Did you see that?" She nodded, her face pale. The hummingbird that turned into a butterfly. And then into a moth, I added, relief washing over me that she'd seen it too. It was white, she said. The moth was pure white. I hadn't mentioned the color, which convinced me even more that we'd both witnessed the same thing. We started comparing notes, and our descriptions matched perfectly. The vivid colors of the hummingbird, the way it hovered too long in one place, how it morphed into the monarch butterfly, and then into the white moth before disappearing completely. We stood there trying to make sense of it for a while. Mom suggested maybe it was 3 different creatures that coincidentally replaced each other in the same spot, but we both knew that wasn't right. The transformation had been fluid, one form morphing directly into the next, and nothing just vanishes into thin air like that. Eventually, we left the cemetery without finding Sarah's grave. We were both too shaken by what we'd seen. On the drive home, we kept going over it, testing our memories against each other, seeing if there were any inconsistencies. There weren't. We'd both seen exactly the same thing. That night, I couldn't sleep. I kept seeing the transformations when I closed my eyes. I tried researching online to see if there were any insects that mimic others, or if hummingbirds and certain butterflies were known to occupy the same habitats. I found nothing that could explain what we'd witnessed. The next day, we called the cemetery office and got the location of Sarah's grave. We went back and found it, and yes, it was heartbreaking. 3 fresh graves, so similar to the ones we'd stumbled upon the day before. We paid our respects, left some flowers, and then Mom asked if I wanted to find that family plot again. I did. It took us almost 2 hours to locate it. Riverside is huge, and we hadn't paid attention to which section we were in when we found it the first time. When we finally did find it, everything looked the same. The 3 black granite headstones, the family who had all died on the same day. But the feeling was different. The air didn't go silent. No hummingbird appeared. It was just a sad grave site, nothing more. I took photos of the headstones that day, thinking I might research the family later. The parents were Michael and Rebecca Collins, and their son was named James. He was 7 when they died. I looked them up afterward and found a news article about a house fire that had killed them all 5 years earlier. The article mentioned they had no surviving close relatives. It made me wonder if anyone ever visited their graves anymore. In the years since, I've tried to rationalize what happened that day. Maybe it was grief playing tricks on us. Mom had just lost her friend after all. Maybe it was some weird shared hallucination. Maybe there was a gas leak in that part of the cemetery or something that made us both see things. But none of those explanations feel right. What feels right, though I can barely admit it to myself, is that we witnessed something supernatural. I've never been the type to believe in ghosts or spirits, but that experience changed something in me. I can't help wondering if what we saw was connected to that family, the Collins family, who died together just like Sarah's family did. Maybe it was some kind of message or simply a glimpse of something most people never get to see. I've never gone back to that specific gravesite, though I've been to Riverside several times since for our headstone photography project. Part of me is afraid nothing will happen, which would make me doubt my memory. But another part is afraid something will happen again, and I'm not sure I'm ready for that. What haunts me most is the transformation itself, hummingbird to butterfly to moth. I've thought about the symbolism endlessly. Hummingbirds are so full of life and energy, butterflies represent transformation, and moths are often associated with death and the afterlife in various cultures. It's like we witnessed some kind of progression of the soul right there above the grave of a child who died too young. I still don't have answers, and I probably never will, but I know what I saw, and I know my mum saw it too. Something impossible happened that day at Riverside Cemetery, and it fundamentally changed how I view the world. I no longer dismiss other people's strange experiences the way I used to, because if what I saw was real, and I believe it was, then there's a whole lot more to this world than what we can explain. Story 15. I've always been a pretty practical person. I never really bought into ghost stories or supernatural stuff. When friends would share their haunted house experiences, I'd smile politely while thinking they were either exaggerating or had perfectly normal explanations they were ignoring. That all changed 3 years ago when my husband Mark, our 8-year-old son Ethan, and I moved into what was supposed to be our dream home. We'd spent nearly a decade in this tiny, falling-apart rental. The roof leaked, the plumbing was a nightmare, and the heating was so unreliable. We spent most winters bundled up like we were camping, but we saved every penny we could, worked extra jobs, and finally managed to scrape together enough for a down payment on a real house. Nothing fancy, just a 3-bedroom ranch-style home in a quiet neighborhood. It had a nice yard for Ethan, updated appliances, and enough space that we weren't constantly tripping over each other. The previous owners were an elderly couple who had moved to Florida to be closer to their grandkids. They'd kept the place in pretty good shape, fresh paint, decent carpets, and a renovated kitchen. The only area that hadn't been updated was the basement. When the realtor showed us around, she kind of rushed through that part, mumbling something about the owners using it mainly for storage. I remember thinking it was a bit dark down there, but with a few extra lights and some cleaning, it would make a perfect playroom for Ethan, or maybe a home office for Mark. Moving day was exhausting, but exciting. We were all so happy to finally have a place of our own. That first night, we ordered pizza and sat on the floor of our new living room, surrounded by boxes but feeling like we'd finally made it. I remember Ethan running from room to room, claiming spaces and planning where all his toys would go. The unpacking took about a week, and then we started tackling the basement. That's when things began to feel off. The basement had this weird smell, not like mold or dampness, but something stale and old. The lighting was terrible. Even with all the bulbs replaced, it remained dim, like the darkness was somehow absorbing the light, and it was full of stuff the previous owners had left behind. Old furniture covered in sheets, boxes of papers, holiday decorations, and random junk. Mark and I decided to spend a Saturday clearing everything out. Ethan was excited to help, treating it like a treasure hunt. We worked our way methodically across the room, sorting things into piles to keep, donate, or trash. "Mom, Dad, come look what I found," Ethan called out around midday. He was in the far corner of the basement, an area so dark we'd brought a portable work light over to see properly. He'd moved some boxes and revealed what looked like an old wooden cabinet built into the wall. It was weird we hadn't noticed it before. It wasn't on the home inspection report either. The cabinet was made of dark wood, with ornate carvings along the edges that looked almost Middle Eastern or Eastern European. It had 2 doors with small brass handles, and what appeared to be a lock, though there was no key. It seemed much older than anything else in the house. "Can I open it?" Ethan asked, already reaching for the handles. "Hold on, buddy," Mark said, moving closer to examine it. "Let me check if it's stable first." Mark tested the doors, which creaked but seemed solid enough. When he pulled them open, we all peered inside. There wasn't much. Just a few old glass bottles, some tarnished coins, a small wooden box filled with buttons, and a bundle of dried herbs tied with twine that had mostly crumbled to dust. Nothing valuable or particularly interesting. "Kinda disappointing," Ethan said, already losing interest. Mark shrugged. "We can clean it out and use it for storage." I nodded in agreement, but something about that cabinet made me uneasy. Looking back now, I think that cabinet wasn't holding things in. It was holding something back. We finished clearing the basement that day and didn't think much more about the cabinet. Mark put some of our Christmas decorations inside it, and we moved on with settling into our new home. About 3 weeks after we moved in, Ethan started having trouble sleeping. He'd come into our room in the middle of the night saying he heard noises from the basement. The first few times we wrote it off as normal kid stuff, adjusting to a new house, an overactive imagination, but it kept happening. "It sounds like rattling," he insisted one night, his little face serious in the glow of our bedside lamp, "like someone's shaking the doors on that cabinet." Mark went down to check, flipping on all the lights and doing a thorough inspection. He came back up and assured Ethan there was nothing there. Just the house settling, or maybe the water heater making noise. We let Ethan sleep with us that night, and eventually we all drifted off. But then I started hearing it too. It always happened around 3 in the morning, a distinct rhythmic rattling sound, not like pipes or the house settling, but like cabinet doors being gently but persistently shaken. Mark heard it too, though he tried to rationalize it as the wind or something wrong with the furnace. After a week of disturbed sleep, Mark finally got fed up. One night when the rattling started, he stormed downstairs in his pajamas. I followed, worried about what he might find. Ethan was asleep in our bed, and I didn't want to wake him. The basement was freezing cold when we got down there, much colder than the rest of the house. The rattling was definitely coming from the old cabinet, which was shaking slightly, the doors vibrating against the frame. Mark marched over and yanked both doors open. "There," he said triumphantly. "See? Nothing." But as soon as he opened the cabinet, I felt something. It was like a wave of nausea and fear rolled over me, starting at my feet and working its way up my body. For a split second, I could have sworn I saw a dark shadow slip out of the cabinet and disperse into the air. I felt a pressure on my chest, like when you dive too deep in water, and then a sensation like something invisible had passed through me. Mark didn't notice anything unusual. He closed the cabinet, secured the latch, and we went back upstairs. But I knew something had changed. I think that's when it got out, whatever it was. The next morning, things started happening that couldn't be explained away. It began with small things, objects not being where we left them, doors we were sure we'd closed standing open, lights turning on by themselves. We'd hear scratching inside the walls, like something was moving around in there, and sometimes a dull thudding sound, like heavy footsteps when all of us were accounted for. Then came the whispers, low, garbled sounds that seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. They were mostly unintelligible, but occasionally I'd catch what sounded like Ethan's name or mine being called, only to find no one there. I'd ask Mark if he'd called me, and he'd look at me strangely and say no. Ethan started refusing to go into the basement at all. "The dark thing lives down there," he said one day while playing with his Legos. "It doesn't like us." "What dark thing, honey?" I asked, trying to keep my voice casual despite the chill that ran down my spine. "The one that came out of the cabinet," he replied matter-of-factly. "It watches us when we sleep." After that conversation, I noticed strange bruises appearing on my arms and legs, small, fingerprint-sized marks I couldn't explain. Mark was having nightmares that left him gasping for breath, though he never remembered what they were about. Ethan's teacher called to ask if everything was okay at home because he'd been drawing disturbing pictures, dark, shadowy figures standing over beds. Mark finally admitted something wasn't right when he came home from work and found every cabinet and drawer in the kitchen standing open, though I'd been out picking up Ethan from school. We were both home when all the framed photos on our mantel crashed to the floor simultaneously, glass shattering across the living room. The activity seemed to intensify at night. We'd hear heavy objects being dragged across the floor in the basement, though nothing would be moved when we checked. The rattling of the cabinet became louder, more insistent, even though Mark had wedged a chair against it to keep it closed. The worst night happened about 2 months after we moved in. Thankfully, Ethan was staying at my mother's house for the weekend. Around 2 in the morning, Mark and I were awakened by what sounded like every door and drawer in the house opening and slamming shut repeatedly. The noise was deafening, banging, rattling, a weird humming or droning sound that seemed to come from the walls themselves. We sat frozen in our bed, holding each other as the cacophony continued. Neither of us had the courage to get up and investigate. The temperature in our bedroom plummeted so quickly we could see our breath. The bedside lamp flickered on and off, and shadows seemed to dance across the walls, and then I saw it. In the corner of our bedroom, a tall, dark figure stood watching us. It had no discernible features, just a black, vaguely human-shaped void that seemed to absorb the darkness around it. I clutched Mark's arm and nodded toward it, and when he saw it too, he made a small, strangled sound of terror. The figure didn't move, it just stood there, observing us, for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then I blinked, and it was gone. The noises stopped abruptly, like someone had hit a mute button. The room gradually warmed up again, and we sat there until dawn broke, too afraid to sleep or even speak. When morning came, we found the house in disarray. Pictures askew, books pulled from shelves, furniture slightly shifted, but the worst was the basement. The old cabinet's doors had been torn off completely, splintered wood scattered across the floor like something had burst out from inside with tremendous force. We've been living with this presence for 3 years now. We can't afford to move. We sank everything we had into this house. The activity comes and goes in waves. Some weeks are almost normal, and then something will trigger a new round of disturbances. We've tried to research the history of the house, but there's nothing unusual in its past, no tragedies or deaths that might explain what's happening. Ethan still refuses to sleep alone, and honestly, I don't blame him. We keep his bedroom door locked at night after finding strange scratches on the inside of it one morning, like something had been trying to get in. Mark has become withdrawn and irritable, the lack of sleep and constant stress taking its toll on him. I'm writing this now because we're considering bringing in someone who deals with paranormal things. I never thought I'd be the kind of person to call a medium or ghost hunter or whatever they're called, but I'm desperate. I need to know what came out of that cabinet and how to put it back, or at least how to make it leave us alone. The worst part is not knowing what it wants. Why is it here? Why us? Sometimes I think I catch glimpses of it watching from doorways or reflections, that featureless shadow just observing, waiting for something. I don't know what to do anymore. I just want my family to feel safe in our home again. Story 16. I've been sitting on this experience for years now, but I think it's finally time to talk about it. I don't expect everyone to believe me, but I need to get this out. Every word of this is true, and I still can't sleep in complete darkness because of it. I grew up in this suburban neighborhood in Pennsylvania. My parents bought this 2-story house when I was really young, their first real home purchase. It was a decent size with a half-finished basement. From the outside, it looked like every other normal family home, but inside, something wasn't right. I was about 8 or 9 when it started. My sister and I shared the second floor, with bedrooms across from each other. We both started seeing these eyes, bright red, glowing eyes, peering at us from outside our closets. They would just appear in the darkness, watching us. At first, we thought they were rats or something, so we'd scream to our parents about rats with red eyes in our rooms. Mom and Dad would come check, turn on the lights, look through our closets and find nothing. They told us it was just our imagination, that we were scaring each other with stories. I wish that had been true. The eyes kept appearing, and then we started hearing voices. I'd be lying in bed, almost asleep, when I'd hear someone whisper my name. It wasn't my parents' voices. These were different, unfamiliar. My sister heard them too. The voices always seemed clearer when we slept upstairs. I remember one night specifically. I was trying to fall asleep when I heard a voice right next to my ear whisper, "Andy." I shot up, heart pounding, and saw nothing, but I felt something there, watching me. I ran to my parents' room that night, crying. They let me sleep with them, but the next morning Dad told me I needed to man up and stop being scared of nothing. Things kept escalating. After a few months, even Mom started experiencing things. She'd be alone in the kitchen, and glasses would fall off shelves. She'd hear footsteps upstairs when everyone was downstairs. She finally believed us and talked to our pastor about it. He suggested we try cleansing the house ourselves first. So one evening, we all walked through every room of the house reciting prayers, and Mom drew crosses with olive oil on the walls and door frames. I remember thinking it would fix everything, but it didn't. If anything, it made whatever was in our house angry. The red eyes appeared more frequently. The voices started calling us during the day, too. We began seeing shadowy figures moving just at the edge of our vision. When you turned to look directly at them, they'd be gone. Objects would fall without anyone touching them. Doors would slam shut. Lights would randomly turn off when you were in a room. Once, my sister was doing homework at the kitchen table, and her chair moved backward by itself while she was sitting in it. She screamed so loud that the neighbors came over to check on us. Mom fully believed us by then. Dad was still skeptical, saying old houses make weird noises and our imaginations were running wild. That changed one night when I was about 10. I woke up around midnight needing to use the bathroom. Our basement had a half bath near the computer area, and I was too lazy to go upstairs. As I headed down, I saw something on the basement steps. I can't really describe it, like a shadow, but denser with those same red eyes. I screamed for my mom, calling it a monster. Dad came running, telling me to stop being ridiculous. He was about to lecture me when the basement door suddenly slammed shut behind me. Before I could react, something pushed me hard. I felt hands on my back, but there was nobody there. I tumbled down the stairs, hitting each step until I landed at the bottom. I wasn't seriously hurt, just bruised and terrified, but Mom pulled me out of there, praying over me all night. Dad finally admitted something wasn't right in our house. They called the pastor again, who came with 2 other church members. They walked through the house, praying and blessing each room. Things would quiet down for a week or 2 after these cleansings, but the activity always came back, stronger than before. When I was 12, I was alone in the basement using the computer. My parents and sister had gone grocery shopping. Suddenly, I felt this intense pressure in the room, like the air got heavy. The temperature dropped so quickly I could see my breath. Then, every single shelf on the wall, holding books, games, old toys, was pushed over simultaneously. It wasn't like they fell from being unbalanced. They were forcefully shoved like someone ran their arm across them. No windows were open, no doors, just me and whatever else was in that room. I ran outside and waited on the front porch until my family came home. I refused to go back inside alone. Mom believed me immediately. Dad checked for anything that could have caused it. Loose shelving, an earthquake, anything rational. There was nothing. The worst experience happened when I was 14. I woke up in the middle of the night and saw this massive shadowy figure standing over my sister's bed. It was huge, reaching almost to the ceiling, with a vague human shape but no distinct features except those damn red eyes. I froze, unable to scream or move. Then it turned its head, slowly, deliberately, and looked directly at me. I dove under my covers, something I hadn't done since I was little. I felt this weight pressing down on my chest, making it hard to breathe. I was gasping for air, trying to call for help, but couldn't make a sound. This pressure lasted for what felt like hours, but was probably only minutes. When it finally lifted, I was drenched in sweat, and my throat was raw like I'd been screaming, though I hadn't made a sound. My sister woke up that morning with 3 long scratches down her back. She couldn't have done it to herself. They started between her shoulder blades where she couldn't reach. That's when my parents seriously considered moving, but the housing market crashed and they were underwater on the mortgage. Around this time, my cousins moved in with us temporarily while my grandparents were ill. They experienced everything too. It wasn't just our family's collective delusion. They'd never heard about the haunting before moving in, but within days they were seeing the shadows and hearing the voices too. Some nights were so bad that we'd all huddle together in one room. We'd hear furniture moving in other parts of the house, footsteps creaking up and down the stairs, whispers that were just quiet enough that you couldn't make out the words. Our pastor came back with more people from the church. They blessed the house again and things quieted down for maybe a month. But I think the darkness in that house fed off our family's pain. My parents started fighting constantly. Arguments that used to be small became explosive. Dad lost his job and Mom started drinking more than she should. They eventually divorced when I was 16. Mom spiraled into addiction and Dad became distant and angry all the time. When I was 17, we finally moved out to a townhome with my dad. On moving day, I swear I could feel the house watching us leave, like it was satisfied with what it had done to our family. I never felt so relieved as when we drove away that final time. I'm an adult now, but I still can't be in a pitch-black room without feeling watched. I sleep with a nightlight. I avoid attics and basements whenever possible. My sister and I still talk about what happened in that house. We've compared notes as adults, making sure we weren't just feeding off each other's fear as kids. The details match up too perfectly. We both saw and heard the same things, often when we weren't even in the same room. I've tried researching the house's history, but found nothing that would explain what happened. No tragic deaths, no buried secrets, just an ordinary suburban home that somehow became infested with something dark. Sometimes I wonder if whatever was in that house attached itself to us. I still occasionally wake up feeling like something is pressing on my chest, or hear my name whispered when I'm alone. My sister says she still sees the red eyes sometimes, just at the edge of her vision. I don't know what was in our house, a demon, ghosts, something else entirely. All I know is that it was real. It targeted my family specifically, and it destroyed us. Mom never recovered from her addiction. Dad never talks about those years, and I'll never forget those glowing red eyes watching me from the darkness. Story 17. I don't even know where to begin with this. My hands are still shaking as I type this, and it's been 3 days since I got back to civilization. I guess I should start by introducing myself. I'm a wildlife photographer, have been for about 7 years now. I specialize in North American predators, which is what led me to that godforsaken cabin in British Columbia. It was supposed to be a simple 2-week trip. I'd been planning it for months, saving up for the specialized gear I'd need for the remote location. I found this cabin rental online, advertised as true wilderness experience with no electricity, no cell service, nothing but you and nature, perfect for what I needed. The listing said it was a 2-day hike from the nearest access point, which sounded ideal for capturing undisturbed wildlife. The hike in was brutal. I had my camera equipment, enough food for 3 weeks, always pack extra, and camping gear for the journey. The trail started out decent but got progressively more overgrown. By the second day, I was questioning my life choices as I pushed through dense brush that seemed determined to block my path. When I finally broke through into the clearing where the cabin stood, I nearly collapsed with relief. The cabin was exactly as advertised, small, rustic, with a wood stove and a hand pump for water. It had 2 windows facing the clearing and a small porch. Nothing fancy, but it had 4 walls and a roof, which was all I needed. I spent that first evening setting up my gear and planning my photography routes for the coming days. The first few days were productive. I got some amazing shots of deer grazing in the early morning light and even caught a black bear on my telephoto lens from a safe distance. But something felt off. I've spent a lot of time in the wilderness, and there's a certain rhythm to it, a constant background noise of life. This place was too quiet. The animals I did see seemed skittish, staying at the edges of the clearing rather than venturing across it like they normally would. I set up some wildlife cameras around the perimeter of the clearing, hoping to capture nighttime activity. When I checked them on the 4th morning, there were some strange, blurry shapes moving in the brush. Nothing clear enough to identify, just movement where there shouldn't have been any. I figured it might be raccoons or maybe a fox, so I adjusted the camera angles and sensitivity. By the 6th day, I started noticing weird things around the cabin. Small piles of stones appeared near the steps overnight. At first, I thought maybe they'd been there all along, and I just hadn't noticed, but they definitely weren't there when I arrived. Then I found areas where the dirt had been disturbed, like something had been digging. The thing that really got to me was the fresh claw marks on the trees near the cabin. They were high up, higher than a bear would usually mark, and they looked deliberate. I checked under the cabin for animal burrows, thinking maybe something had made a home there, but found nothing. No prints, no scat, nothing to indicate what kind of animal might be hanging around. That night, I had trouble sleeping. I kept waking up with this overwhelming feeling that I was being watched. I'd sit up in bed, heart racing, and stare out the window into the darkness, but couldn't see anything. On the 7th night, I woke up suddenly at exactly 3:12 in the morning. I know the time because I looked at my watch immediately, trying to figure out what had woken me. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. Something had triggered my fight or flight response while I was asleep. The cabin was silent except for my breathing, but that feeling of being watched was so intense it was almost suffocating. I moved to the window, keeping to the side so I wouldn't be silhouetted against the interior. That's when I saw it. A dark figure standing at the tree line, not hiding behind a tree, not moving, just standing there, completely still, facing the cabin. Even in the darkness, I could tell it was tall, taller than any person should be. I couldn't make out features, just a dark silhouette against the slightly less dark forest. I froze, afraid to move, afraid to breathe. We stayed like that for what felt like hours but was probably only minutes. Then, slowly, deliberately, it turned and walked into the forest. Its movement was wrong somehow, fluid, but with a strange gait that made my skin crawl. I didn't sleep again that night. When dawn finally came, I checked my wildlife cameras with shaking hands. Most had nothing unusual, but one, the one pointed at the edge of the clearing where I'd seen the figure, had captured something. The footage showed a tall, humanoid shape standing motionless for 20 minutes, before moving back into the trees. The quality was poor in the low light, but I could make out unnaturally long arms and hunched shoulders. It wasn't a bear, wasn't any animal I recognized. I should have left then. God, why didn't I leave? I told myself it was probably just a very tall person, maybe a hunter or hiker who'd gotten lost. The alternative was too unsettling to consider. Besides, I had come all this way, and the photography had been good despite the weirdness. I decided to stay but keep my gear packed in case I needed to leave quickly. That night I barricaded the door with the small table and kept my hunting knife close. I was dozing off around midnight when I heard it. Footsteps outside, not the random pattern of an animal but deliberate, measured steps circling the cabin. Then the tapping started. Tap, tap, tap on the wall without windows. It wasn't frantic or aggressive, just methodical, like it was testing the structure or trying to get my attention. I sat up in bed, knife in hand, too terrified to make a sound. The tapping continued for several minutes, moving around the cabin before stopping abruptly. The silence that followed was somehow worse. I waited, straining to hear any sound of movement, but there was nothing. In the morning I checked the cameras again. Most showed nothing, but the one pointing at the cabin itself captured something that made my blood run cold. There was a reflection in the window, the vague outline of something standing just out of frame, watching the cabin, watching me. The angle was such that whatever it was should have been visible to the camera, but it wasn't. Only its reflection could be seen. I spent that day in a state of barely controlled panic, trying to decide what to do. I was a week into a 2-week trip with a 2-day hike back to civilization. If I left now, I'd have to spend at least one night camping in the forest. The thought of being in a tent with that thing out there was unbearable. I decided to wait one more night and leave at first light. That night was the worst. The footsteps returned, but this time they were accompanied by a sound I still can't adequately describe. A low, vibrating hum that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It made my teeth ache and my vision blur. I curled up in the center of the bed, knife clutched to my chest, as far from the walls as I could get. The humming stopped suddenly, replaced by silence so absolute it hurt my ears. Then I heard it. A voice, so close it could have been inside the cabin with me, whispering words I couldn't understand, but somehow knew were ancient. The language was nothing I'd ever heard before, all harsh consonants and guttural sounds that no human throat should be able to produce. I must have passed out from fear, because the next thing I remember is waking up to sunlight streaming through the window. The door was still barricaded, everything in the cabin untouched. But when I looked out the window, I saw them. Dozens of small stone piles arranged in a perfect circle around the cabin, each pile exactly the same height and spacing. They hadn't been there the night before. That was it. I grabbed my essential gear, leaving behind anything I could do without, and practically ran from that clearing. The hike out was a blur of fear and exhaustion. I kept feeling like something was following me, just out of sight. Twigs would snap behind me, but when I turned, nothing was there. I made it back to my car in a day and a half, pushing myself to the limit. I've been home for 3 days now, and I still can't shake the feeling of being watched. Last night, I woke up at exactly 3:12 in the morning, heart pounding, convinced there was something standing outside my bedroom window. When I finally worked up the courage to look, I saw a small pile of stones on the windowsill that definitely wasn't there when I went to bed. I don't know what was in those woods. I don't know if it followed me home. All I know is that I'm sleeping with the lights on, and I'm never going back to British Columbia again. If anyone here has encountered anything similar or knows what this thing might be, please tell me. I need to know I'm not losing my mind. Story 18. I don't know if anyone's going to believe this, but I need to get it off my chest. I've only told a handful of people over the years, and most of them just write it off as sleep paralysis or night terrors. Maybe they're right. God, I hope they're right. But what I experienced felt way too real, too consistent, and too terrifying to just be some random brain malfunction. This all started when I was 6 years old. I remember it perfectly because it was right after my birthday, and I'd gotten this glow-in-the-dark solar system that my dad had hung from my ceiling. I was obsessed with space back then. That night, I had the most vivid nightmare of my life, one that would basically set the stage for the next 28 years of terror. In the dream, I woke up to this weird rumbling sound outside my window, not like thunder, more like a growl, but so deep and loud it made my chest vibrate. I got out of bed and peeked through the blinds. There was this street lamp right across from our house, and standing under it was this thing. I don't even know how to describe it properly. It wasn't a shadow or just a person standing in darkness. It was like a hole in reality, like someone had cut out a piece of the universe in the shape of a person, but stretched it to be about 8 feet tall. It was complete blackness, not the kind of black you see at night, but a void, an absence of everything. The only feature I could make out was that it seemed to have a head and limbs, but they were elongated and wrong. In the dream, I ran to get my parents. My mom came first, and when she looked out the window, she just froze. Then she told me to stay in my room and lock the door. I watched through the crack as she went downstairs. Then I heard her scream, and she was just gone. My dad went next, then my older sister. One by one, everyone who tried to protect me vanished, and I knew it was coming for me last. That's when I actually woke up, soaked in sweat, still hearing that growl fading in my ears. After that dream, weird stuff started happening. Whenever I stayed at my grandmother's house, which was pretty often since both my parents worked, I'd have these moments where it felt like I was floating above my body. I'd see myself lying in bed, but I'd feel this pull toward the front door, like something was trying to drag me outside. And I always had this overwhelming sense that something was waiting for me out there, something that wanted me. The sleep paralysis started around this time too. At first, it was just the typical can't move, can't speak, can't breathe panic. I'd wake up, completely aware of my surroundings, but unable to move a muscle. Back then, I didn't see anything. It was just the paralysis itself that terrified me. It would happen maybe once every few months, and I'd eventually be able to wiggle a finger or toe and break out of it. My parents took me to doctors, who all said the same thing. I was experiencing hypnagogic hallucinations and sleep paralysis. Normal but scary phenomena that many kids grow out of. Except I didn't grow out of it. Instead, it got worse. By the time I was 12, the void creature from my dream started appearing during these episodes. I'd wake up unable to move, and there it would be, standing in the corner of my room, always accompanied by this weird fuzzy static noise, like an old TV tuned to a dead channel, but deeper, more physical. I could feel the static in my teeth, in my skull. At 13, it moved from the corner to the foot of my bed. At 15, it was beside my dresser, closer. At 17, it stood in the middle of my room, that static sound growing louder. Each time I couldn't move, couldn't scream, couldn't even close my eyes to shut it out. I just had to lie there and watch this thing made of nothingness watching me. I'd strain every muscle trying to move, trying to break free, until eventually something would give and I'd snap back to full control of my body, and the entity would vanish instantly. The last time I saw it during my childhood was when I was 21. I was home from college for winter break, sleeping in my old bedroom. That night, the paralysis hit me hard. I opened my eyes to find the void creature standing directly beside my bed, so close I could have touched it if I could move. But this time, there was something different. Where a face should have been, there was a single, burning red eye. Not like a human eye, more like a hole punched through the blackness that showed something red and burning on the other side. The whole room was bathed in this deep red glow. The static noise had changed too. It was no longer just white noise. It sounded like the entity was speaking, a deep, vibrating voice that I couldn't understand, but could feel in my bones. The weirdest part? I wasn't scared. For the first time ever, lying there paralyzed next to this nightmare creature, I felt completely calm. After a few minutes of this standoff, I actually fell back asleep. When I woke up the next morning, I figured maybe I was finally growing out of it. For years after that, nothing happened. No sleep paralysis, no void creature, no static sounds. I graduated college, Started my career, met a guy, fell in love, got married. Life was normal, and I'd almost convinced myself that the whole thing had just been an overactive imagination combined with a sleep disorder. Then, at 30, it came back. Worse than ever, my husband was working overnight shifts that month. I hated being alone in the house at night, but I'd gotten used to it. This particular night, I woke up around 3 in the morning, immediately aware that something was wrong. The ceiling fan above our bed had stopped moving, even though I always sleep with it on, even in winter. The house was completely silent. No humming from the refrigerator, no distant traffic sounds, nothing. I sat up and reached for my phone to check the time, but it was dead. As I set it back down, I heard something. A quiet growl coming from under the bed. My entire body went cold. I knew that sound. I'd heard it 24 years ago in my first nightmare. I practically launched myself out of bed and ran to the bedroom door. As I opened it, the growl turned into that full, deafening roar I remembered, and everything turned red. Not like someone had changed a light bulb, more like the air itself had become thick and red, like I was suddenly underwater in blood. I tried to run down the hallway to the front door, but something was wrong with the house. The hallway stretched and warped as I ran, and when I finally reached what should have been our living room, I found myself back in the bedroom again. I tried again, running out the bedroom door, but ended up in the same place. Over and over, I kept trying to escape, but it was like I was caught in a loop. On what must have been my 5th or 6th attempt, I actually made it to the front door. I grabbed the doorknob, feeling a surge of hope, and then felt something drag sharp claws down the back of my neck. The pain was searing, real, physical. I screamed and woke up in bed, drenched in cold sweat, my husband still gone at work. The fan was spinning normally. My phone showed 3:17 a.m. and had plenty of battery. Everything was normal, except for the deep scratches on the back of my neck, which I discovered when I went to the bathroom and turned my back to the mirror. I took photos of them that night, terrified that they'd be gone by morning and I'd think I was losing my mind. But they didn't disappear. They took weeks to heal, leaving faint scars that I can still feel when I run my fingers over them. That was 4 years ago. I'm 34 now. My marriage fell apart shortly after that night. Turns out my husband was cheating during those overnight shifts. Looking back, I realize the void creature has appeared during the most vulnerable periods of my life. When I was a scared child, when I was a stressed-out college student, when my marriage was secretly crumbling around me. I've done a lot of research since then. Sleep paralysis, night terrors, hallucinations, temporal lobe epilepsy. I've looked into every possible scientific explanation, and sure, maybe that's all it is. Maybe my brain just manifests my fears and insecurities as this void creature when I'm at my lowest. But those scratches were real. And sometimes, late at night when I'm alone in my apartment, I'll hear that faint static sound coming from just outside my bedroom door. And I'll remember that burning red eye, and the feeling that whatever this thing is, it's been watching me my entire life, waiting for moments of weakness. I'm in a better place now. I've got a new job, new friends, therapy that's actually helping. But I sleep with all the lights on. I have 3 different fans running at all times, and I never ever look under the bed. I just hope I never see it again. But somehow, I know I will. Story 19. I've never really talked about this before. I mean, I've told my husband and a couple close friends, but I've never put it all down like this. I guess I need to get it out of my system finally. It's been 23 years, but I still get chills thinking about what happened that day. I was 6 years old when my grandmother Clara died. She lived with us, me and my mom Diane, in this little 2-bedroom house in Ridgewood. Not a fancy neighborhood, just regular people with regular jobs. My grandma had been living with us for as long as I could remember. She was this warm, soft-spoken woman who always smelled like cinnamon and wore these thick reading glasses that made her eyes look huge. She'd pick me up from kindergarten when Mom was working late at the insurance office. The day she died, I was at school. Mom got a call at work and rushed home to find Grandma on the kitchen floor. The paramedics said it was a massive heart attack. Later, Mom told me that the phone was just a few feet away from where Grandma had collapsed, but she couldn't reach it. That detail has always haunted me, just a few feet between life and death. Mom was completely destroyed. It wasn't just losing her mother, it was everything crashing down at once. Turns out, we were barely making it financially. Grandma's Social Security checks had been keeping us afloat with the mortgage payments. Mom tried to hide it, but I'd overhear her on the phone late at night, sobbing to her friend about how she didn't know if we could keep the house. The funeral was on a Tuesday. I remember because I was excited about missing school, which sounds awful now. Mom dressed me in this itchy black dress with white tights that kept sliding down. The funeral home smelled weird, like flowers trying to cover up something else. People I didn't know kept touching my head and saying how sorry they were, asking if I understood what had happened. Of course I understood. Grandma was gone. She wasn't coming back. What I didn't understand was why everyone wanted to talk about it so much. The actual service felt like it went on forever. All these adults talking about someone who didn't sound like my grandma at all. They kept using words like departed and passed on, instead of just saying she died. Mom sat next to me, crying so hard her whole body shook. I tried holding her hand, but it felt like she couldn't even feel me there. After what seemed like hours, they moved everything to the cemetery for the burial. More talking, more crying. Mom was surrounded by people hugging her, and I just stood there getting fidgety. No one was paying attention to me. That's when I saw it. Past a line of trees at the edge of the cemetery was this small playground with a swing set. The red seats were bright against all the gray and black around me. I didn't even think about it. I just wandered off, threading between gravestones, then running once I hit the grass beyond the cemetery. The playground was empty, probably because it was a school day. I climbed onto one of the swings and tried to get it going, but I couldn't get much momentum. At home, Grandma would always push me to get started. I remember feeling frustrated, pumping my legs back and forth, but barely getting anywhere. That's when he appeared. 1 minute I was alone. The next, there was a man standing behind my swing. I didn't hear him approach at all. "Need a push?" he asked. I looked over my shoulder but couldn't see his face clearly. The sun was right behind him, making him look like a shadow person. He was wearing a baseball cap, navy blue, I think, and a jacket that seemed too warm for that spring day. "Yes, please," I said, because that's what you're supposed to say when adults offer help. He started pushing me, and the swing went higher and higher. His hands felt weird on my back, not gentle like my mom's or grandma's, more forceful, like he was testing something. I remember feeling the first twinges of unease, but I was still having fun going so high. After a few minutes, he stopped pushing. "You're a good swinger," he said. "Want to play a different game?" I dragged my feet to stop the swing and turned around. He was maybe in his 30s, with this weird, patchy stubble. His eyes were what bothered me. They didn't look at me like most adults did. There was something missing in them. "What game?" I asked, still not really scared yet, just curious. "Tag," he said, tapping my shoulder. "You're it." Then he jogged toward the cemetery, looking back to make sure I was following. I hesitated for a second, but then ran after him. I mean, he was an adult, and adults were safe, right? That's what they always told us in school. He ran toward some bushes near where all the funeral cars were parked. I followed, feeling proud of how fast I was going in my stupid dress shoes. When I reached the bushes, he wasn't there. I remember standing there, confused, looking around. Had I lost him already? Was I bad at this game? Then suddenly he was behind me, his hand clamping over my mouth. It happened so fast. One moment I was alone, the next I was being lifted off the ground. His hand smelled like cigarettes and something metallic. I couldn't scream. I could barely breathe. Pure terror hit me like a physical thing. My whole body went cold, then hot. He carried me toward a blue car parked near the funeral home entrance. I kicked and tried to scream against his hand, but it came out as muffled whimpers. He was breathing hard, not from exertion but from excitement. I could feel his heart hammering against my back. "Be quiet," he whispered in my ear. "We're going for a ride." When we reached his car, he had to take one hand off me to get his keys from his pocket. That's when I managed to get a real scream out. It wasn't even a conscious decision. My body just did it. This desperate primal shriek that didn't even sound like me. I'll never forget what happened next. Mom appeared like she materialized out of nowhere. Later, I learned she'd been looking for me, panicking when she realized I'd wandered off during the burial. She heard my scream and saw this stranger holding me by his car. She didn't hesitate, didn't call for help, didn't negotiate. She just charged at him, screaming my name. When she reached us, she started punching him in the face, not slapping like you see women do in movies, but full-on closed fist punches, over and over. I remember blood spraying from his nose on the third hit. His hat fell off, revealing thinning hair. The weirdest part was that he didn't fight back. He just sort of took it. Like he was stunned someone had interfered with his plan. He let go of me and I fell backward onto the concrete, scraping my palms and tearing my tights. It hurt, but I barely noticed. By then, people from the funeral were running toward us. Two men, my uncle and one of my mom's cousins, grabbed the guy and kept hitting him. Someone else pulled my mom away, who was still screaming, her knuckles bloody. Another woman scooped me up and carried me away from the scene. Mom broke free and came to get me. Her mascara was smeared all down her face, and there was blood on her black dress. His blood. She hugged me so tight I couldn't breathe, then carried me to our car where we just sat, both of us crying. I remember her hands shaking so badly she couldn't put the key in the ignition. The police came. There were questions. So many questions. I had to tell the story over and over. They asked if the man had talked to me before, if I'd ever seen him around our house or school. I hadn't. He was a complete stranger who happened to be there that day, at my grandmother's funeral of all places. It wasn't until years later that I learned the full context of what happened. That year, there had been a string of child disappearances in our area. Kids going missing from parks, from their front yards. The news had been full of warnings about suspicious vans and strangers approaching children. Mom had been extra vigilant with me because of it, but in her grief that day, her guard dropped for just those few crucial minutes. When I was 16, we had a rare conversation about it. Mom told me she'd never get over that week, losing her mother on Monday and nearly losing me on Tuesday. It was like the universe was trying to see how much I could take before breaking, she said. I still think about that playground sometimes, how something as innocent as wanting to swing could have ended so differently if I hadn't screamed when I did, if my mom hadn't been looking for me at that exact moment, if she hadn't found the strength to fight like she did. The man went to prison, not just for what he tried to do to me, but they found evidence linking him to 2 other abductions, children who weren't as lucky as I was. Sometimes I look them up online, wondering what their lives would have been like if someone had heard their screams too. I have a daughter now. She's 4. I've never let her out of my sight at a playground, not even for a second. My husband thinks I'm overprotective. Maybe I am, but he wasn't there. He didn't feel those hands grab him, didn't see that empty look in those eyes. He doesn't understand how fast it happens, how 1 minute you're just a kid having fun, and the next minute you're almost gone forever. Story 20. I never thought I'd be the type of person to experience something paranormal. Growing up, I'd watch those ghost hunting shows and laugh at how fake they seemed. But that was before Bill. That was before I knew what it felt like to be truly haunted. My name is Jordan. I'm 22 now, but this all started about 3 years ago when I moved into my current apartment complex. It wasn't anything special, just a 2-bedroom place I shared with my dad after my parents split up. I remember thinking it was kind of old and creepy the first time I saw it, but I never expected what would happen there. The first few weeks were normal. Then one night, I was lying in bed scrolling through my phone when I heard it. Breathing. Not my own breathing, but someone else's, right behind my head. I froze completely. My heart was pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. I slowly turned around, expecting to see someone standing there, but there was nothing. Just empty space between my bed and the wall. I tried to convince myself it was just the air conditioning or something, but deep down, I knew better. That was the beginning. After that first night, It started happening regularly. I'd be brushing my teeth in the bathroom and hear breathing right behind me. I'd be cooking dinner and feel like someone was standing just over my shoulder. At first, I didn't tell anyone. Who would believe me? Eventually, I started joking about it to cope with the fear. I named whatever it was Bill, like it was some annoying roommate instead of something that was slowly making me lose my mind. Bill's being a dick again, I'd mutter when I'd hear knocking on the walls at 3 in the morning. Giving it a name made it seem less scary somehow, until it didn't. About 6 months in, things escalated. I started seeing things, tall dark figures standing in the hallway outside my room. They were always just at the edge of my vision, disappearing when I turned to look directly at them. The worst was when I'd see one standing in my dad's doorway. I'd blink and it would be gone, but the feeling of being watched remained. I started sleeping with my lights on, which didn't help because then I'd see the shadows more clearly. I tried sleeping with the lights off, which was worse because then my imagination went wild with every little sound. There was no winning. Around this time, I was going through some personal stuff unrelated to the haunting and ended up spending 2 weeks in a psychiatric ward. I thought I'd at least get a break from Bill there, but I was wrong. The first night in the hospital, I woke up at 2 in the morning to see a tall figure standing at the end of my bed. It was darker than the darkness around it, if that makes sense. I couldn't move, couldn't scream, just laid there frozen until it disappeared. The next day, I hesitantly asked my roommate if he'd seen anything strange during the night. He looked at me weird and asked if I meant the tall guy walking around. My blood ran cold. He'd seen it too. It got worse. During my stay, multiple patients reported seeing figures running past the windows at night, windows that were on the 4th floor with no ledge outside. One night, a girl started screaming that something was in her room, touching her. The staff said she was just having an episode, but I knew better. Bill had followed me. When I got released and went back home, the activity intensified. It seemed like Bill was angry that I'd left, or maybe he'd just gotten stronger. The knocking on the walls got louder, sometimes turning into scratching that would last for hours. I'd be sitting at my desk and feel like something was about to attack me from behind. I'd spin around in my chair, heart racing, but there was never anything there, at least nothing I could see. Objects started disappearing. I'd put a water bottle on my desk before bed, and by morning it would be gone. Not just moved, completely gone from the apartment. My dad thought I was losing it, and honestly, sometimes I wondered if he was right. The worst was when the faucets started turning on by themselves. I'd be the only one home and hear water running in the bathroom. I'd walk in to find the sink faucet on full blast or the shower running. Once I walked into the kitchen to find every cabinet door wide open and all the water running. That's when I started to seriously freak out. Then came the touching. It started with light brushes against my arm or leg when I was alone in my room. I'd feel something like fingers gently running down my forearm while I was at my computer. Sometimes at night, I'd feel weight on my mattress, like someone sitting on the edge of my bed. Once I felt what seemed like breathing against my neck when I was half asleep. I shot up so fast I nearly gave myself whiplash, but as always, there was nothing there. About a year ago, I had another mental health crisis and ended up in a different psychiatric ward across town. I didn't tell anyone about Bill. I didn't want them thinking I was hallucinating on top of everything else. But the first night there, I saw a tall shadow figure walk past my door, pausing to look in at me. The next morning, I heard 2 nurses talking about how the motion sensors in the hallway kept going off all night, but the security cameras didn't show anyone. One of the other patients, an older woman who mostly kept to herself, cornered me in the common room one day. "It followed you here," she whispered, her eyes wide. "The tall one. It stands outside your door at night." I asked her what she meant, and she just shook her head and walked away. I never got the chance to talk to her again because she was discharged the next day. When I got home this time, things reached a new level. Bill seemed stronger, more present. The activity wasn't just at night anymore. It was happening in broad daylight. I'd be home alone while my dad was at work, and I'd hear footsteps pacing up and down the hallway. Heavy footsteps, like someone much larger than me. One afternoon, about 6 months ago, I was in the shower when I felt hands press against my back, shoving me forward. I nearly slipped and cracked my head open on the tile. I got out immediately, wrapped in a towel and dripping wet, and called my friend Alex, who's into spiritual stuff. I was desperate. Alex came over that same day with sage and some other things. As soon as he walked in, he got this weird look on his face. "What's wrong?" I asked. "It's heavy in here," he said, looking around. "Like the air is thick. Have you been calling this thing Bill?" I nodded, feeling suddenly embarrassed. It seemed stupid now, giving it a cutesy name like it was a pet or something. Alex shook his head. "You shouldn't name these things. It creates a connection." He walked through the apartment, stopping occasionally to touch the walls. When he got to my bedroom, he wouldn't go in. "This isn't a ghost, Jordan," he said finally. "This is something else. Something older." "Like what?" I asked, though I wasn't sure I wanted to know. "Like a demon," he said simply. "Normal ghosts don't follow people to different locations. They don't have that kind of power. Whatever this is, it's attached to you specifically, not this apartment." That night after Alex left, things went crazy. All the electronics in my room turned on at once. My TV, my computer, even my electric razor in the bathroom. The temperature dropped so low I could see my breath, and then I heard it. Not just breathing this time, but whispering, a low, raspy voice saying my name, over and over. "Jordan, Jordan, Jordan." I ran out of the apartment and spent the night in my car. When I came back the next morning, my dad was furious, thinking I'd left all the electronics on all night. I tried to explain, but he just looked at me like I was crazy. I couldn't blame him. The activity has continued since then, with varying intensity. Some weeks are quiet, and I start to think maybe it's over. Then Bill comes back with a vengeance. Last week, I woke up with scratches on my back, 3 long parallel lines that couldn't possibly be self-inflicted given their location. The worst part is the helplessness. I don't know what Bill wants or why it chose me. I've tried everything: sage, salt, prayers from different religions, even an amateur exorcism that Alex helped me with. Nothing works. Bill remains. Sometimes when I'm alone, I talk to it. I ask what it wants, why it won't leave me alone. I never get answers, just more knocking, more shadows, more fear. Last night was the worst yet. I was lying in bed trying to sleep when my blanket slowly started sliding off me, like someone was pulling it from the foot of the bed. I grabbed it and held on, and for a few seconds, there was a tug of war between me and something I couldn't see. Then suddenly, the pulling stopped, and I felt the mattress depress on both sides of my legs, like someone was straddling me. The weight increased until I could barely breathe, pressing me down into the mattress. I tried to scream but couldn't get enough air. Just when I thought I was going to pass out, it released me. I gasped for breath, fumbling for the light switch. When the light came on, my room was empty, but on the mirror across from my bed, there was fog, like someone had been breathing on it. And in the fog were 2 words, written by an invisible finger. "Hi, Jordan. I haven't slept since. I don't know what to do anymore. Bill is getting stronger, and I'm afraid of what might happen next. Moving doesn't help. Hospitals don't help. Nothing seems to stop it. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what's happening. I need to know I'm not crazy. Has anyone else experienced something like this? Does anyone know how to make it stop? Because I'm running out of options, and I'm scared that one day Bill isn't just going to watch or touch or whisper anymore. I'm scared of what happens when Bill decides to do something worse." Until story 21. Have you worked security at Westlake Memorial for 14 years? I know this place better than I know my own house. Every hall, every closet, every squeaky floorboard. The night shift suited me fine all these years. I'm not much for crowds anyway, and hospitals during visiting hours are just too much. Plus, the night differential helped put my kids through college, so I stayed even after most of the original security team had moved on. Last December 12th changed everything. I still haven't told anyone the whole story. Who would believe me? But I need to get this out somewhere, even if it's just typing it into this forum where most of you will probably think I'm making it up. I swear on my life, every word is true. It was snowing that night, one of those heavy winter storms that blankets everything in silence. The hospital was quieter than usual. Most of the staff who could had called out rather than brave the roads, and we were working with a skeleton crew. I remember checking my watch at 11:30 as I started my midnight rounds. The halls were so quiet you could hear the heating system clicking through the walls. The East Wing has always been the creepiest part of Westlake. It's the oldest section, built back in the 20s, and houses the long-term care facility on the 4th floor. Most of the staff hate going up there. The equipment malfunctions constantly. IV pumps beep for no reason. Call buttons go off with nobody in the room. And there's always this persistent cold spot by the nurses' station, no matter how high they crank the heat. I always figured it was just old wiring and bad insulation, but that night I wasn't so sure. When I stepped off the elevator on 4 East, something felt wrong immediately. The nurses' station was completely empty. No Carolyn, who always worked Tuesday nights. No Michael, the aide who usually charted at that desk. Their coffee cups were still there. Carolyn's half full, still warm when I touched it. Michael's charts were spread out, pen laying across them mid-sentence. "Hello?" I called out, thinking maybe they were checking on a patient. No answer. I did a quick check of the nearby rooms. Most patients were sleeping, but Mrs. Patterson in 418 was awake, staring at the ceiling. "Evening, Mrs. Patterson. Have you seen Nurse Carolyn?" The old woman turned to me slowly, her eyes oddly bright in the dim light. "She went with Dr. Blackwood. He's making his rounds." I frowned. "Dr. Blackwood? I don't know that doctor." "Of course you do," she said, sounding confused. "Chief of surgery, very precise man. Always comes at midnight." I nodded like I understood, but alarm bells were going off in my head. We didn't have a Dr. Blackwood on staff. I'd memorized every doctor's name years ago. Back at the nurses' station, I checked the duty roster. Nobody named Blackwood anywhere. I tried calling the main desk downstairs, but the phones were dead. Probably the storm affecting the lines. My radio crackled with static, but no voices came through when I tried to reach my supervisor. That's when I noticed something on the floor behind the desk. Michael's ID badge, lying next to what looked like the edge of a door I'd never noticed before. It was partially hidden behind a filing cabinet that had been moved a few inches away from the wall. I've walked past that spot thousands of times in 14 years and never seen any door there. The badge was cold when I picked it up, like it had been sitting in a freezer. I pushed cabinet further aside, revealing an old wooden door with peeling paint. No modern keycard access like the rest of the hospital, just a tarnished brass knob. Common sense told me to walk away, to go downstairs and get help. But Carolyn and Michael might be in trouble, and it was my job to check everything out. The door opened with a groan that seemed to echo forever. Behind it was a corridor that shouldn't exist, narrow, with old-fashioned wall sconces giving off a yellowish light. The walls were that institutional green-color hospitals used back in the 40s. The air was freezing cold and smelled of antiseptic and something else I couldn't identify, metallic and sharp. Carolyn? Michael? My voice sounded muffled, like the air itself was absorbing the sound. I walked slowly down the corridor, my flashlight beam bouncing off the walls. The floor was different here, old black and white tiles instead of the modern flooring in the rest of the hospital. My footsteps echoed hollowly. At the end of the hall was another door with Surgical Suite B stenciled on frosted glass. A light glowed from inside, bright, bluish-white. I hesitated, my hand on the door. Something told me opening it was a terrible idea, but I couldn't leave without finding my co-workers. I pushed it open. The room inside looked like something from a medical museum, ancient surgical equipment, an operating table with straps, cabinets full of instruments that looked more like torture devices than medical tools, and standing around the table were 5 people in surgical gowns, their backs to me. One of them turned, a tall man with gray at his temples and round wire-rimmed glasses. His surgical mask hung below his chin, revealing a stern mouth set in a permanent frown. His eyes were empty, not angry or evil, just vacant. like there was nothing behind them at all. "You're early," he said. His voice sounded distant, like it was coming through water. "We're not ready for you yet." The others turned then. 3 men and a woman, all in the same old-fashioned surgical garb. Their faces had that same emptiness, like dolls or mannequins pretending to be human. Then I saw what was on the table. Carolyn. She was conscious but completely still, her eyes wide with terror. There was no blood, no incisions yet, but instruments were laid out beside her. One of the surgeons was holding something that looked like a bone saw. "What the hell are you doing?" I shouted, stepping forward. "Let her go." The tall man, Dr. Blackwood, I assumed, looked annoyed. "This is a sterile environment. You'll contaminate the patient. Please wait your turn outside." I reached for my radio, but it was dead in my hand. "I'm security. You need to step away from her right now." Dr. Blackwood sighed like I was a particularly slow child. "Mr. Reynolds, we've been operating in this hospital since 1932. I believe I outrank you." He knew my name, though my badge was tucked inside my jacket. "This surgical wing doesn't exist," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. It was closed down. Closed. The female surgeon laughed, the sound like breaking glass. "We never close. The work continues. It must continue." I lunged toward the table, intending to grab Carolyn and run. Dr. Blackwood moved impossibly fast, suddenly standing between me and the table, though I hadn't seen him move. "We died here," he said conversationally. "All of us. A procedure gone wrong in 1938. Rather than acknowledge the tragedy, they simply walled us up, pretended we never existed." He smiled. "But we find ways to continue our work. Staff who wander in, patients who won't be missed." I backed toward the door. "You're not real. This isn't happening." "Tell that to your friends who've disappeared over the years," said one of the other surgeons. "The maintenance worker last year, the nutritionist in April, all necessary sacrifices for medical advancement." Carolyn made a muffled sound from the table. Her eyes pleaded with me. "Let her go," I said again. "Take me instead." Dr. Blackwood considered this, head tilted. "An interesting proposition. We do need a strong male specimen." He nodded to the others. "Release the nurse. Prepare him." 2 of them started toward me. Their hands were gray and bloodless, reaching like claws. I backed up against the door, fumbling for the handle. "You can't leave," said Dr. Blackwood. "Nobody leaves, not until we understand what went wrong, not until we perfect the procedure." The lights flickered. In that moment of darkness, I felt cold hands grip my arms. I screamed and thrashed, breaking free and stumbling backward through the door. I ran down the corridor, not looking back even when I heard footsteps behind me. I reached the door to the main hallway and burst through it, slamming it behind me. I leaned against it, gasping for breath, sure they would follow. Nothing happened. No pounding on the door, no ghostly surgeons emerging. After what felt like hours but was probably only minutes, I got the courage to look back. The door was gone. There was just a solid wall where it had been, the filing cabinet back in its place. I must have blacked out then, because the next thing I remember is waking up on the floor by the nurse's station. My watch said 2:15. I'd lost almost 2 hours, and there was Carolyn, sitting at her desk like nothing had happened, typing notes into a computer. "Oh, hey," she said, looking up. "You okay? You look like you've seen a ghost." "Where were you?" I managed to ask. "You weren't here earlier?" She frowned. "I've been here all night. Just stepped away to check on Mrs. Patterson a few minutes ago. And Michael. Called in sick. The storm, you know." I stared at her. There wasn't a mark on her, no sign she'd been strapped to that table. But her eyes. Something was different, like she was looking through me rather than at me. "Carolyn, do you know a Dr. Blackwood?" She paused, fingers hovering over the keyboard. For just a second, something flickered behind her eyes. Fear, recognition. Then it was gone. "No," she said. "Nobody by that name here." She turned back to her computer. I finished my rounds in a daze. I told myself I'd imagined it all. Stress, maybe, or too many overnight shifts. But deep down, I knew. 2 weeks later, Michael disappeared. Security footage showed him entering the East Wing stairwell, but he never came out. The hospital did a half-hearted investigation before concluding he'd simply walked off the job. I quit the next day. I couldn't set foot in that place again. But sometimes, driving past Westlake at night, I look up at the 4th floor of the East Wing. Sometimes, just for a moment, I swear I can see a surgical light glowing in a window that shouldn't exist, and the silhouette of a tall man with round glasses looking down at the street below. I still haven't told my family why I quit. How do you explain something like that? All I know is those surgeons are still there, still working, still searching for new specimens. And sometimes I wonder if a part of Carolyn is still on that table, if what came back was really her at all. Story 22. I still can't sleep some nights thinking about what happened that autumn weekend. 3 years have passed, but I get goosebumps just typing this out. My wife Eliza thinks I'm being paranoid, but she wasn't the one who did the research afterward. She wasn't the one who found out what that music might have meant. For context, Eliza and I'm James, have always been avid hikers. We live in Washington State, about 40 minutes from Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. Most weekends we'd hit the trails, but unlike most hikers who stick to marked paths and designated camping areas, we preferred going off-trail. We called it freedom camping, hiking a mile or two away from established trails to find our own private slice of wilderness. No noisy neighbors, no rules about quiet hours, just us and the forest. 2 years before the incident, we discovered this perfect little clearing about 2 miles off the Thunderbird Ridge Trail. It took some bushwhacking to get there, but it was worth it. A small flat area near a babbling creek, surrounded by towering Douglas firs and western hemlocks. The spot was remote enough that we'd never seen another soul there. We returned to our spot about once a month during camping season. That October weekend was supposed to be our last camping trip of the year. The forecast showed clear skies, but temperatures were dropping and the first snow would probably hit the mountains within weeks. We packed our usual gear, our 3-season tent, sleeping bags rated for 30 degrees, thermal layers, and enough food for 3 days. I also packed my trusty hatchet, a hunting knife, and a small flask of whiskey to spike our evening coffee. We hit the trailhead around 1 in the afternoon on Friday. The main trail was fairly empty, just a few day hikers heading back to their cars. We hiked about 4 miles up the main trail before finding the fallen cedar tree that marked our turnoff. From there, we bushwhacked our way through increasingly dense forest, following a rough route I'd saved on my phone's GPS. By 4:30, we reached our clearing. The autumn light was already fading, so we quickly set up camp. Eliza gathered kindling while I pitched the tent and hung our food bag. Bears are still active in fall, looking to fatten up before hibernation. We cooked a simple dinner of dehydrated chili, spiked our hot chocolate with whiskey, and played a few rounds of gin rummy by headlamp before climbing into our sleeping bags around 9. That first night was perfectly normal. We fell asleep to the gentle sound of the creek and the occasional hoot of an owl. The temperature dropped to around 40 degrees, but we were snug in our sleeping bags. I remember waking briefly around midnight to the sound of something small scurrying near the tent, probably just a raccoon or possum. The next morning is when everything changed. I woke up just before dawn, around 5:45. The sky was barely beginning to lighten, that deep blue before sunrise. At first, I thought the sound was part of a dream. A low, haunting melody played on what sounded like a wooden flute. The notes were long and deliberate, rising and falling in a pattern that wasn't quite a song, but definitely wasn't random. It reminded me of Native American flute music I'd heard at a cultural center once, soulful, almost mournful. I lay completely still, listening. The music seemed to be coming from the north side of our camp, maybe 100 yards away. It wasn't loud, but in the still morning air, it carried clearly. I felt Eliza stir beside me and turned to see her eyes open, also listening. We didn't speak, didn't even whisper. Something about the music made us both instinctively silent. The melody continued for what felt like several minutes, but was probably less than one. Then I shifted to reach for my phone to record it, causing the sleeping bag to rustle. The instant, and I mean the exact instant that I moved, the music stopped. Not fading away or trailing off, but cutting off mid-note, as if someone had slammed a door between us and the musician. "Did you hear that?" Eliza whispered. I nodded, my heart suddenly pounding. Flute music. Where's it coming from? North side, I think. Through those trees. We lay frozen for another minute or two, waiting to see if the music would resume. It didn't. Finally, I unzipped the tent and poked my head out. The campsite was exactly as we'd left it. Our cooking gear neatly packed away, food bags still hanging from the tree branch. The forest was silent except for the creek and early morning birdsong. I stepped out, scanned the tree line, and saw nothing unusual. No movement, no sign of another person. The ground was covered with fallen leaves and pine needles that would show footprints, but I couldn't see any near our camp besides our own. Maybe it was another camper, Eliza suggested as she joined me outside. 2 miles off trail, and they just happened to find our hidden spot at dawn. She shrugged, but I could tell she was unsettled too. Could be hunters? Hunting season doesn't start for another 2 weeks. I picked up my hatchet just in case. I'm going to look around. I walked in the direction of the music, moving slowly and scanning the ground for footprints or broken branches. About 50 yards from camp, I found a small clearing where the underbrush thinned out. The pine needles on the ground looked disturbed, as if someone had been standing there, but I couldn't make out any clear footprints. I circled wider, checking a 100-yard perimeter around our camp, but found nothing conclusive. When I returned, Eliza had coffee brewing on our small camp stove. She seemed determined to continue our day as planned. "Probably just someone passing through," she said, but her voice was tight. "Maybe they didn't even know we were here until they heard us moving." We ate breakfast in relative silence, both of us constantly glancing toward the trees. Our original plan had been to day hike to a nearby ridge, but neither of us wanted to leave our camp unattended now. Instead, we decided to explore the immediate area, staying within a half-mile radius of the tent. The day passed uneventfully. We hiked along the creek, found a small waterfall we hadn't noticed before, and collected interesting rocks and pine cones. But there was an undercurrent of tension. Every snapping twig made us freeze and look around. Every rustle in the bushes drew our immediate attention. We kept convincing ourselves it was just wildlife, but deep down, I knew we were looking for the flute player. That night, we built a bigger campfire than usual. Neither of us said why, but I think we both wanted the extra light. We sat closer together, speaking in lower voices. Around 8, we heard a wolf howl in the distance. Not unusual in these mountains, but it sent a chill down my spine nonetheless. "Let's turn in," Eliza suggested after we'd exhausted our small talk and the fire had died down to embers. "Early start tomorrow." Inside the tent, I placed my hatchet and hunting knife within easy reach. Eliza pretended not to notice, but I saw her checking that the tent zippers were fully closed before sliding into her sleeping bag. "Do you think they'll come back?" she whispered after we'd turned off our headlamps. "I don't know," I answered honestly, "but we'll be heading out in the morning anyway." Sleep didn't come easily. I lay awake for hours, listening to every sound in the forest, the wind in the trees, the creek's constant murmur, occasionally small creatures moving through the underbrush. No flute music, no human sounds at all. I must have fallen asleep eventually because the next thing I knew, light was filtering through the tent fabric. It was dawn again, around 6 in the morning. I held my breath and listened intently but heard nothing unusual. No flute, just the normal sounds of a forest waking up. Eliza was already awake beside me. "Nothing," she said, correctly guessing what I was listening for. We packed up quickly, both of us eager to get back to the main trail. As we shouldered our backpacks, I took one last look around the campsite. "We're not coming back here, are we?" Eliza asked quietly. I hesitated. This had been our special spot for 2 years. "Let's talk about it later," I said. The hike back to the main trail was tense. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see someone following us. We made it to the trailhead by 11 and were back in our car by 11:30, earlier than planned. It wasn't until we stopped for gas about an hour later that Eliza finally mentioned it again. I liked the music, she said as I pumped gas. But it was strange. That was all she said about it, as if summing up one of the most unsettling experiences of our lives in 8 words was sufficient. I didn't push the conversation further, but my mind was racing. Who plays a flute in the deep woods before dawn? How did they find our campsite 2 miles from the nearest trail? Why stop playing the instant we moved? And most disturbing of all, had they been watching us all night, waiting for us to wake up? When we got home, I couldn't let it go. While Eliza unpacked, I started researching on my laptop. I looked up information about flute music in Pacific Northwest forests. Most results were about native traditions and ceremonies. The coastal Salish peoples, indigenous to our region, have traditions involving cedar flutes. In some stories, flute music is used to communicate with the spirit world. Then I found an old forum thread that made my blood run cold. A hiker described hearing flute music while camping alone in the Olympic National Forest, about 100 miles from where we'd been. According to the post, an elderly Native American man later told him that sometimes forest people use flute music to warn humans away from sacred areas. If you hear the flute, the man allegedly said, they're telling you the place isn't for you. I didn't show Eliza what I found. She seemed content to file the experience away as a curious anecdote. We went back to that national forest a few times afterward, but never to our special clearing. We always stayed on marked trails, always camped in designated areas with other people nearby. Last month there was a news story about a massive landslide in the Mount Baker Snoqualmie National Forest. A section of mountain collapsed after heavy rains, burying part of the forest under tons of rock and soil. When they showed aerial footage of the affected area, my stomach dropped. I can't be absolutely certain, but the collapse seemed to be right where our special camping spot had been. I still can't sleep some nights. I lie awake wondering about that flute player. Was it a random hiker who happened upon our camp? A local who knew the woods better than we did? Or was it something else entirely? Some kind of warning we were lucky to heed. Sometimes when the wind blows a certain way through the trees outside our bedroom window, I swear I can hear those same haunting notes. And every time I freeze, afraid to move, knowing that the moment I do, the music will stop.